Hell yeah.
Hello and welcome to this week's session of Rough Rolling. A 10 is a gift and 15 is granted by the grace of the gods. I'm Gray, your GM for this session, and joining me are the players.
Happy Wednesday!
Hi,
Yeah, we
I'm
don't have any
John.
names. I didn't think we had any name.
Hold on, I'm
Isn't this our reboot? Isn't this our reboot session?
I
Do
was
we need
like-
to introduce ourselves?
That's gonna fuck up the. Yeah, there you go. I cannot
Beautiful.
believe you did. No, I can't believe you did that. What was my 100%.
Yeah, let's. How about you go take your dog out?
Yeah, I want you to
Alright,
get your dog out again.
You've gone to the bathroom?
Hold on, right before we start, I gotta use the bathroom.
Give me 5 minutes.
I'm glad that everyone at
Wait.
home is joining me as
Bated
well.
breath.
I hope you've enjoyed our updated introduction and our new layout. We have been fondly anticipating it for some time, so Barry. I'm
What?
glad we were able to get it rolled out. So, anyways, this is also going to be kind of a special one as we're starting a new arc. So, go ahead, John, and give us the finishing of touches on what happened last week.
So on last session of Rough Rolling, we started out in the morning time with Garugamesh and Daxius going to pick up the long-awaited mask that Garugamesh sent away for. Long ago, many sessions ago, too many sessions ago, Garugamesh fought this boar in order to get an animal aspect masks. Now the item itself is a bit homebrew, but it is the lower half of a boar's face that was taxidermied, and it looks quite I believe disgusting was the word, but gives Garugamesh some pretty cool powers. And while we were out there, Daxius went deer hunting and got some antlers. His plan is to get rid of the Inara identity and come up with a new mask. Has anyone else been playing Persona 3 Reload? It's all about the masks we wear.
That's what, that's what the point of the mask is.
Well, after that, we returned not to the chapter house to meet up with the party, but to go and see Siegfried Ash to report on that secret job we did for him, which may or may not be sabotaging the Valier Society. Will we find out later? Maybe. But regardless, we handed over the notebook that we copied from our little espionage action. It was just like Metal Gear. Another reference for you there. Like and subscribe. After that, we returned to the chapter house to meet up with the rest of the party because we needed to meet with Talia and the Grand Maester at the Valier Society before we could move on. While at Siegfried Ash, he actually gave us some good intel to carry out this job that we were doing. It's a heist, and he pointed out a good spot in the road for us to, ambush these guys and take all their stuff. But while at the Valier Society, we talked to Talia and the Grand Meister, who gave us information about, I believe there was a book that Vic was interested in, a journal of some sort that he received from... Vic, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, it was the journal of the possibly late society member Desmond Rath, who was the father of the... well, this is a bit of a callback, but this is the father of the boy who committed the first soul magic ritual from the very first few sessions, way back before we started streaming. But we were trying to get some information on that to maybe give some context as to everything.
Yeah. It was my understanding that the text itself was quite long. It was not read out on stream. I myself have not had a chance to read it. Did you happen to take a look at it, Vic?
No, I think it might have just been in the journal section here. Was it?
It was in the
Everyone should
journal
have access
section.
to it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
Regardless,
go
we
over
might go over that another time in character. But while in that same discussion, the whereabouts of Oliver were made known to us. Oliver was a pilot, a World War II pilot that somehow ended up in our dimension and is somehow linked to the dimensional rifts that have been happening across the land. He's gone insane or something and believes he's on his father's hunting estate and is in medical care. But they don't know how to fix him because I guess he's from a different universe. Anyways.
No, different dimension, not universe. Very different.
All right. See, Barry, I didn't make that distinction because I wanted people to argue in the comments about it and boost our engagement.
If you agree with Barry, leave a comment in the.
But thank you for correcting me.
You're welcome.
As long as people are going to correct me, is there anything else that we talked about in that discussion at the chapter house or the Valier Society? I can't seem to recall if there's anything else, but we did talk about the vampires briefly.
Yes, I believe that was everything.
There was the mention of that one area in the Valier Society that's kind of like the secret Vatican holdover place where they send all the super secret dangerous stuff and nobody knows the location, which may or may not become important later.
Probably not.
Well, anyways, after that, we made our way to that little bend in the road where we could ambush the carriage containing a bunch of I'm blanking on the name for the evil elvish people, the drow. Yeah, so we ambushed a carriage of drow, and it was very hard fought. And by hard fought, I mean we rolled terribly, and the enemy, or should I say Gray, rolled greatly. And
they're the same thing.
13 natural 20s, and how many of those were ours?
No. That was just my side.
Yep.
You had
a couple.
Yeah. Anyways,
yeah.
We
Six of
had
them
some
were
help.
against Vic.
We did have some help from the outsiders who swooped in and saved the day. I can say Garugamesh was personally annoyed at receiving help from the outsiders. That's not what it looked like to me because they showed up at the last minute and saved our asses because Finn was a freaking blabbermouth and tried to recruit one of them to our team, and he went and told all the rest of them.
That's not why they were there.
It's not why they're there.
Guys.
But
Kinda was.
Kind of was, yeah.
They were sent by the Valier Society to go and help out. But
Yeah, so just to be clear, they didn't help. They showed up at the last minute when everything was just about dispatched, got stuck in Sven's spike growth, and then just kind of sat there.
One got stuck.
No, they saved the day.
There were like 3 of them trying to walk through the spike growth.
Two, and yeah, both of them. Well, one turned around because he was on the back of a giant salamander and couldn't control the creature, so it bolted with him on top of it.
Well, after a long session, the fighting was over, and we called it pretty early, and I believe, Gray, I'll let you lead into this, where we were going to walk back the last few minutes of roleplay.
A bit, yeah, because you guys, you were able to subdue the mage among them. You are also able to convince the captain to get himself, one of his enforcers, and the remaining foot knight to surrender. Probably a good thing all around. With that done, you guys had to drag the carriage off of the road, and yeah, I think if you had rope, and if all... Okay, well, one of you is unconscious, at least technically. Atari is as well, but she ends up getting up. Cat. If you were all to pull on it, you'd be able to move the 2 horse carcasses that you killed left in the road, so... and then after that, you were able to go through the personal effects that were within the carriage, which includes such things as missives and journals, 2 of which I made available to you. That being the agreement with House Tuscar and letter to the Fox.
Didn't those drow have some pretty good loot as well, like in terms of weapons and stuff?
I think it was the opposite, that they had very basic and simple weapons.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they have stuff that would be appropriate for their level. They don't really have anything special on them. They're just, level 6, 7, 8, 9 cavaliers, and or priest, and sorcerer, and Aldori duelist. Yeah, I've gotten really familiar with a lot of subtypes.
Yeah.
But yes, that is indeed what happened.
Yeah, but
Sven has a lot of
today.
Sven has a lot of work to do, healing people with his wand and also using medicine checks on that Knoll's feet.
So, okay, great. So, I guess let us get into it. Well, I suppose after a little second or two, because I have actually something extra to share with you. Because I'd like to take a look at what is happening somewhere else at this very moment. Perhaps important. We've gotten one of these before, and we're gonna get a second. Having trekked for a day or so, the journeyman had finally reached it, just where the bird had told him. Whatever it was large, the face of a dragon painted along its nose, its toothy open mouth ending right before where 3 blades, painted black with red tips, jutted out away from an olive-painted central cone. A steel buttressed glass dome edged its top, and its wings stood wide, thin and permanently extended. Its similarly olive khaki painted steel cooled to the touch, only broken were seams, pockmarks, and 6 resolute tubes marred or projected from its smooth, oily surface. Wheels on stilts jutting from its belly kept its painted draconic eyes sloped permanently upwards. It smelled, too. The acridness and bitterness of metal over something sickly sweet. Oh, and of gunpowder, too. If he hadn't spent so much time in Port Azar, where such gnomish bullshit was starting to take root, or down in the Mar al-Khani, the desert of the kings, and Sori, where the remnants of similar technology that jutted from the desert dunes of one moment, never again to be found by living eyes, perhaps this would be surprising to him. He can't lie, it still did, but he was no country rude. Not anymore, at least. Cyrus let go of the netting which draped over most of its form, stuffed the foliage plucked from the surrounding flora, and turned about. His boot caught something that skittered, and he kneeled down. A brass tubing, about as long as a finger phalange, and about as thick, too. He followed a trail along which they'd been spilt, a good 24 in total, to where it led, away from a circle of burned, ashy grass. Ah, he grumbled as he knelt down. Not burned, no. Not by fire, at least. But he almost touched it with his bare fingers, before instead doing that with one of the magic knives from his bandolier. Goopy, thick, viscous liquid, like a gelatinous cube's innards, and black as fresh pitch, it rippled as he prodded it. He took a sample and stepped back from it. It was about 4 feet across, which is about 1.5 meters for the foreign among you. Whatever it once was, it wasn't small. As something rustled in the underbrush behind him, Cyrus turned on heel and drew the gentleman while in motion. The tip of the rapier dipped a bit as what emerged from the underbrush wasn't something that was going to kill him. It was a fox. Silver. No, not fox, too big, but no wolf. Jackal, like in Faria? No, more fur. Coyote, like in Asterium in parts of Aloria. Yes, coyote. A bizarre coloration for a coyote. The creature sat down, deposited a wooden tube on the ground, and stared at him with a piercing gaze. Send a message to Port Azar, it suddenly said in a harsh and feminine voice. Tell the Veiled Archive to send their best and to keep their fucking mouths shut. He let the sword fall limp and asked, And who are you to be giving me orders? Someone who knows better, she replied flatly, unoffended. Tell the Maester of Maesters the worst might be nearing, and we can't hold him back forever. Tell who? The coyote rolled her eyes dramatically. She then reiterated, enunciating each syllable as if Cyrus were a child. Tell that elven wizard traipsing around in Innsburg to tell the circle then, and tell them somebody is searching for it. Use those words exactly. Someone is searching for it. They'll understand. Okay, but I still have no idea who you are or what. Someone who doesn't like being a message girl, and who has more than one stop to make today. She snarled and then leapt to her paws. But that's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to fucking know now, do you? You're a big boy, Cyrus. Time to put your big boy pants on. And take your hand off that gun. If I wanted to bite you, I'd have done it by now. Sheathing his sword and whipping his free hand out from behind his back, Cyrus showed her his both palms innocently. As if that could kill me anyway, she bitched. Go. Now. She opened a portal barely big enough for her to enter, plucked the tube up with her teeth, and stepped through. It snapped shut with no more noise closing than it did opening. Cyrus stood there for a while, staring obliquely into the middle distance. The birds and bugs resumed their eternal mating calls around the plane and its new temporary master. Cyrus removed the flat-brimmed hat on his head and sighed. Then he held both arms out and aloft and yelled, "What the fuck?" That is indeed what happened. Meanwhile, much closer to Innsburg, the party is finishing up with their subjugation of their targets. The captain, the mage, the one poor enforcer, and the knight have surrendered, giving up their weapons, of which are pretty well made, but they're not necessarily anything super special. There are a decent amount of bodies that are left around, and you guys are left to your own devices as Daxius has set off to fetch the horses. The outsiders have formed sort of a dragnet to make sure that nothing and no one can escape as you guys are moving the carriage off of the river. So, take it away.
Is that Ilfine? Am I crazy? Can't be.
What?
At first I thought it was Sven's god, but his is a male. Theseus. I swear I recently read something about one of the gods taking the form of a coyote, but I can't find it in the refresh. I'm sorry, I'm speaking my mind about the scene we just saw. Very good scene.
No, it's good.
You might be all not on the right trail. Might have been something you've already experienced.
I was thinking, we can discuss it later, but I have my own thoughts.
Yeah, I was like the one that showed up after the arena. I was wondering if that was the same individual.
I assumed it was. Anyway, I believe we were, I think we had left off when we were finishing going through the luggage and such on the, through the carriage.
Sven is tending to the wounded.
Yeah. By the way,
I don't know
yes,
if
the
they were-
spell did indeed work.
I'll-
After Gurumesh went down, his body teleported to you, unconscious. So,
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't go
I-
down. It just, well, after I exited Rage, I went to negative hit points.
Oh.
So,
Oh, yeah, that's not... I'm like, the spell's not going to prevent that. Because it's not technically damage, I guess.
no.
But all the same, I will be getting people into I'd be like, all right, get people within 30 feet, and any one of the people who are supposed to be dead, make sure they're dead.
alright.
And since the Cerberus is still around, the Cerberi, although it looks horrible, it will. I'll get it to go and start dragging people into and out of range while it's here.
Okay. Alright, no problem. If you want to roll, you can go ahead for your panel positive energy, I believe.
I do want to. Estrella. You were like on top of my mouse. It's because I got a cup of water. She's jonesing for it.
Could maybe heal the horses too. Maybe they're
The
not
hor-
dead yet.
No, the horses are dead.
Damn.
Yeah.
One of them was like straight up dead, and the other one was like eating out
Yeah.
Mhm.
and would have been dead within a round or two.
Damn.
That was a choice.
Yeah, I didn't think about it.
We talked about killing them. I made the hard choice.
Daxius, I don't know why you made the choice to kill those horses. I
I'm
thought
not-
you were.
yeah.
I thought you were a nature spirit.
Talking to the wind, buddy. I'm getting other horses right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can.
My
buy them
hammer's
these
clean of
horses.
this blood.
They're what, 50 gold each? An expensive mistake, but it won't break the bank.
Yeah.
It's okay. Daxius can take care of it.
A light horse is 75. A heavy horse is 300
Huh.
or
So
200.
600 gold. That's nothing to a man like Dax.
And my coin purse becomes ever lighter.
Dust.
We'll split it because I killed one of them.
Yeah, I think I killed both of them actually.
No,
No, I
Sasha
specifically
did.
had Sasha attack and kill one of them.
Mhm.
Okay.
It was Daxius' plan,
yeah,
though.
no, it was his plan. You know.
I think it was Vic's plan, technically.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Birch's plan. Who knows?
It is something that I'd probably have been like, well, there's no better option. So be it.
Yeah, Vic's gonna go around and make sure all of the bindings are secure and be a little extra careful with the sorcerer. Make sure there's no
Boing.
no room for hand movements or vocal spell components.
You know what?
And blindfold
So,
just for
so
your
long
brain.
as these people are alive, can I run a sleight of hand check to see if they have any concealed weapons or valuables?
Okay.
Well,
I feel like you don't.
first channel is 7.
I feel like that would be more of a looking through their pockets rather than having to steal it from them, because they're currently unable to move.
All right. Well, should I roll perception then?
Yeah.
My sleight of hand is higher, so.
Okay. The only thing that stands out as being relatively obvious, I believe, is on the captain.
Oh,
On
I'm
his
sorry. That is
one
an
finger.
awful.
What?
That was an awful channel positive energy.
It
Yeah.
might be very-
As we level up,
Two-
we need to boost our healing because
2
like
1s, a 3, and a 2.
On a 46.
Yep. That's why we're getting a second one
Oh,
right away. I was gonna ask people already, and I'm like, I don't know.
Straight to jail.
Just
Right away.
apply healing. Is that working?
yeah, it works.
The drow captain has
I
on
just
his
can't see.
right
No, it's
ring
not working.
finger a very large signet ring.
I'm taking it. Actually, I'm gonna use the I'm gonna use the spring blade I have to cut it off his finger because I don't trust him just to give it to me.
Why? I can't stop you.
Don't.
Okay,
Do this.
It's not a very sharp blade.
He obviously cannot resist since his hands are tied up in the small of his back. So you kneel down, grab his finger, bend it up, and begin sawing. The captain begins screaming in
Oh,
it's basically in the same, well, those of you who speak Elven, it's "Get off me, you fucking cur! You up-jumped little gnome! Our house will kill you and everyone related to you!"
Can I like
Why?
stop him before he continuously cuts through this guy's finger for no reason?
I stopped channeling positive.
I guess, you know, people that are nearby, you're able to turn around and look, see what the fuck is going on, but somebody can go through a person's finger about as easily as a baby carrot.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
Can you
stop
not?
can we roll that back? I feel kind of bad for taking the finger now.
him.
Hold on.
No. You
I
committed.
walk over. I pull the ring off the severed finger. I stick the finger back on, and I'm gonna just channel.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Will it?
I don't think
Oh.
it does.
It'll be attached anyway.
It'll be attached.
Better than nothing.
Staples?
There we go.
It just, doesn't move
A
more
real
than like
positive.
that anymore. You just wiggle it now, and that's it.
I think by like magic rules that technically works. That is enough damage as he bleeds. Like, because I figure you have to cut it basically at the.
Yeah, at the joint.
At the joint. Without that positive heal, he actually falls unconscious as Fernix casts channel positive energy. You are left with a ashen skin ring. Well, I guess no, he did put the ring back on, but you are left with the ring, now coated with a slick of blood from its erstwhile owner.
That's pretty cool. Any more details about the signet ring?
It bears a like I said, a sigil on the top. that you don't really recognize, but considering that he is a captain belonging to a specific house, most likely it belongs to House Tuscar.
How do you spell Tuscar?
It is T''SKAR.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, it's pretty simple. It is gold. It's not new. It is kind of somewhat like popped a little bit from age, and gold is a pretty soft metal, so it's pretty easy to damage. It is not magical in any way, and I believe it's worth 5 gold.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, after the
It
war
could be-
crimes, I think Vic's gonna go through all of the, particularly the living ones, but making sure that any of the bodies are clean of any valuables, identifying aspects or weapons.
You've
Or
never
just
committed
anything.
a war crime for 5 gold before?
Not for 5 gold.
Most of them have pretty simple
For
equipment.
free.
Most weapons they do have are bare minimum masterwork. Most are generally a +1.
Do we?
I take that back. Only the long sword that the captain has, and the plansons that the knights have are +1. The rest are just masterwork.
If we want to
So,
speedball it, we could say that we're going to take these and sell them.
Sure. A lot of this stuff is probably not stuff you really care about. Daxius, you are able to take possession of 18 +1 frost arrows.
Hey, fuck yeah.
Dang it.
There's a headband of alluring charisma. There's a couple rings of protections, cloak of resistances, one of which is a +2. There's some drow poison. There's a couple of simple potions, pure potions, acid, and mostly just regular weapons and armor.
How much of a bonus is the headband of alluring charisma?
I'm looking at it now. I'm going to put it in the bag holding for our
+2.
loots.
Yeah, do you have a list that we can just manually?
So the headband of alluring charisma, the headband grants the wearer enhancement bonus to charisma of +2. So yeah,
I don't. But we will figure that out. I'm also pretty much okay giving you guys like a flat. What's a +1 weapon? Like 2,500, so you're gonna get like 1,250. Maybe like
Plus
12,000.
ones.
12,000 gold divided by 5 people.
It's 2,300 plus whatever the value of the weapon is for a +1 weapon.
Most of
So-
them are, you know, they're average weapon. They're nothing special. So long swords, plonsons, crossbows, some armor, bucklers, shit like that. The mage is the one that has the charisma. He also has a ring of protection and an amulet of natural armor, both +1. The only other thing of interest is the red hand has a one of acid arrow with 15 charges left.
Ooh.
What was the thing about the arrows?
Wand
Wand of
Wand
poison
of acid
arrows.
of acid arrow.
It's in the chat.
It's a spell.
Okay.
I don't think we can access it.
Well, if someone wants to,
It might be.
Okay, I just added it to my inventory. I'll put it in the Bardo.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, I think it might be wizard only, but it's arcane.
I am in the Bardo and bag of holding right now. If someone else would like to go in it, just let me know so that way we don't step on ourselves.
So we'll get an extra 2,300, you said?
There's the arrows, by the way, so there'll be 18 of those.
No, Vic, we were just saying something about 2,300 for the value of magic items.
Yeah, and the base value of +1 weapon is 2,300 plus the weapons value.
So,
You know what? If we just like, is there anything that from that list that people want to take? Like maybe the headband for Tius and the amulet.
The headband would be nice. However, I already have a headband that I
You don't-
need.
I'm
Daxius
planning
needs
on
the
getting a headband. Dax, do you need it?
I would like that headband, yeah.
okay.
So
I
I'm gonna
hate
take
to
the
be that-
headband and just hold on to it.
I hate to be
Yeah.
the guy, but our system has been buying from the bag of holding, and you pay for it.
I can't pay for it.
Well,
Okay.
we're not going to worry about the money right now because
I-
if we did, we're going to spend the next an hour and a half.
No. So
He can
Yeah,
work. He
okay.
can work off that debt.
we'll
You can
figure
hold
it
on
out.
Right.
for now.
Yep. I
We can make
essentially
the
don't
sellers
have any
house.
money of my own anymore when
I
I
mean-
take this grand.
We can just call it party loot.
Yeah, with the really, I think the only like the rest of it is like +1 armor. There's nothing above a +1 on either armor or weapons. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 individuals. 7 of which are a +1, one of which is just a masterwork. I believe all of them except for the sorcerer has a decent set of armor, except for the enforcers do not. So at this point, I'm just gonna say a flat 12,000. That's probably within the ballpark. We'll figure it out later. I don't want to deal with that now.
Yeah,
Is that
if you just want to
included?
like make a list of it out of session and we can do the
I'll deal
calculations.
with that sometime
Yeah.
between now and next. So,
Okay.
So, moral of the story is we got some loot.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
so
Yes,
with
we loot them.
Ooh, excuse me.
Actually, does anyone use bows other than me?
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
Crossbows. Only crossbows.
Yeah,
You should have
because I'm
those.
like,
I think Fernix does as well.
I have a crossbow.
Okay, I
I'm-
do
I'm
use
not-
arrows.
I'm not proficient with a longbow, short bow, but I
So-
think actually you might be, and I'm pretty sure that Vic is too. But I don't remember what the Inquisitor's weapon proficiencies are like.
I actually use my bow sometimes, so I mean, if I'm the only one who uses it.
I use
seen
mine all the
Dax-
time.
Yeah, I've seen Daxius and Fernix both use their bow.
No, those are crossbows though, which take
The arrows that I'm giving will function as both crossbow bolts and arrows because they're matched.
Well,
I was gonna say I could whittle them down or something, but yeah,
Yeah.
that works too.
Again,
Because I'm like, it's usually a difference in the length of the shaft if we're getting
usually
technical
it.
too. So yeah,
Yeah,
you could modify it.
Either way, let's not worry about that right now because I don't think we're
Mhm.
going to be needing a +1 frost arrow for
Yeah.
the session.
We're
So
gonna have a decent
we'll
amount of time before Daxius is gonna be able to make it back. Even with his expeditious retreat, the horses coming back the other way aren't gonna benefit from that.
Yeah.
yeah, we'll just say that we put all the loot in the bag of holding or just in a chest if there's not enough weight.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, you are able to go through, and you are able to find most of it is pretty boring. Requisition orders. Some of it's like nonfiction books. There's one that's definitely some kind of like ledger, but it seems to be pretty mundane bullshit that I don't think any of you would care about. The only two things which do come out are a single letter which is sealed with the sigil of belonging to the Countess Lutz. The other of which actually slides out from a book that you guys pick up, and you see inside it seems to be like maybe like a journal, but most of it seems to be figures. That being a very hastily written letter. That is the letter to the fox. So, you'll have time to go through that at your leisure. Even if you give it
just
over,
kind of-
you as players will still have access to read it.
Well, I guess, because we're all grouped up and everything, I'll look over it and Sven and be like, are you alright over there?
yes, I'm just trying to get this spike out of this. Yeah. He pulls a spike out of the Knoll's foot.
Burgon just like lays back, like, ah!
I'll, let me know when you're done and I've only got one more of those, I think.
You would have gotten him in the meanwhile, so you don't need to worry about it.
Well, and figuring if fresh wounds are getting opened up, it's probably not the most pleasant thing.
You should be fine. Oh.
As well as healing people with junk still inside of their... It's still in their body.
And then Sven wants to nurse over Natari and the drow to make sure that they're okay. He's just doing a lot of medical work.
Yeah, the drow, for their part, mostly don't seem interested one way or the other. The enforcer, who is by far the youngest, is like relieved that this is over.
Sven does have a +9 to his heal, so
Mhm.
he's actually pretty well trained.
Natari, meanwhile, seems kind of pissed. I mean, the fact of the matter is that that's sort of her natural state of affairs, but it seems to be a bit of a pronounced, like...
I would like to roll diplomacy to calm her down and soothe her and make her feel better.
Good
Babe,
fucking
just calm
luck.
down. Calm down.
Well,
Yeah, you're acting
Calm
crazy.
down.
John, calm down.
Yeah, you're acting crazy. You need to stop.
Yeah.
She, like,
I'm using my inspiration. No.
she doesn't necessarily, like, push... Because 18's still a pretty good roll. Like, regardless. But she does kind of, like, get away from me. Fucking died again. Why do I go out and do things with you guys?
Well, you didn't die. You just fell unconscious. It's alright. Dying is much more
The
painful.
gaslighting is insane right now.
We're gonna split those hairs? Really? Fact of the matter is, one of those guys banged me in the head, and I like, just lost 15 minutes of my life.
Ben, are you comfortable with other men
least it
banging
wasn't
Natari
worse.
around?
We're gonna have to talk about it. No. It's fine.
Pucked on the battlefield again.
Gods above. Whatever, just... You have any whiskey on you?
They have some moonshine.
Fuck yeah, where have you been hiding that?
I pull it out of my hammer dimension. Or, pocket?
It's your hammer space.
Hammer space.
Yeah.
Your cat pocket.
She will take that, get about a mouthful in, and then go... Ah! Waits 10 seconds, and then goes right back to it without missing a beat.
I'll let her.
That's my girl.
One of these days I'm gonna run out of that moonshine, but I think it was like a glass of moonshine, and I figure you don't use a lot of it each time you use it.
No, it was more than that.
It was like
How
a
much was
jar.
it?
It was a good jar.
Yeah,
Like a
Yeah,
big
that's what I
chug.
meant.
With 24 ounces.
Still plenty.
Drinking from a mason jar, just like fancy modern people.
Yeah.
Or trashy people from the
Yes.
70s.
Where
So,
did
yeah.
I get that?
Working a list us.
I forget where I got that from.
We got it
What
from the very
was
first
that
town.
from? Yeah,
It was
because I
one of the guys-
still have the note from the moonshine still on how to make it.
Yeah, one of the guys we saved from
Was
Bruno was. Yeah, he just lived in a shack that was like basically rigged to explode when we got there, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, because it's full of fucking ethanol, and he's not exactly the kind of person that's like safety regulations. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, he's living in a wood shack about a mile from the nearest town, so
Yeah.
pretty much everything is a death sentence.
So, between now and Daxius returning, is there anything anybody wants to do? Besides cutting fingers off.
I
I'd like
didn't
to,
know Drow could feel pain like that.
Gurgamish, please.
I look shocked without looking at Gurgamash.
I give him the stink eye. Gilgamesh, you are sometimes more the trouble than it's worth.
Well, fine, if you feel that way.
Just the collective, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's not like he even lost the finger.
Let's discuss this later.
You hear Blinks clear his throat and say, "Yeah, they feel pain. That's how they know how to inflict it on others."
Well, I thought it was different for them. I thought they liked it.
No, they're not fucking Xenobites. Jeez.
Well, now that he mentions it, that actually does sound like something they would like.
And some people are into
No,
that, but like, that's between them and whoever they're with, man.
Another 12 healing for people.
How many of those do you have left?
That was the last one.
Right,
So now
so-
people are still hurt. We can break into the slots, which I do have quite a few left.
Yeah, and we'll be picking up that, or getting us page spell knowledge at some point.
Okay.
Vic is just loading all of these into the carriage, piling them up and making sure there's enough room to hide the remaining ones. If there's not enough room for all the bodies, then he'll just stash them out in the woods behind where the carriage was being stashed, and
No,
know
they'll
later.
definitely all fit in. So.
Good.
Um.
Alright, gonna walk up to the group of the prisoners. Oh, hold on, I think I might be dead.
We can hear you, but you're
We
frozen.
can hear you, but the image has indeed frozen. That's fine.
You guys will have to let me know. Hear me.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're
Oh,
clear.
but you're good now. We can see you now.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird because like everything freezes, like all you guys freeze on my screen, but then I like check the stream and I can still see me talking and like moving around. So it was like,
Oh, there's a delay. About 10 seconds, I believe.
whatever. Anyway, walking up to the prisoners.
Yeah, buffering.
All right. You all are going to. I'm sure you all are familiar with this type of situation. Most likely not on this side, at least. Just work with us and we can... Well, I don't want to say make any guarantees, but... we can try to push things in a less painful direction. After you leave our care, I can't make any promises, of course, but... well... that's life, I suppose. This is all in Elvish.
The knight seems to go to say something, and the captain just kicks him. And he, like, falls over, and you just hear him go, "Fuck was that for? Shut up!" And that's about it. They don't really engage.
Yeah, more in common to the rest of the party. I'm like, hopefully they house them separately, so there's less of that.
I don't know. The last time we took a prisoner, they died.
Yeah, they did.
I don't have high
Can't
hopes
say
for
you're
this
wrong.
one.
So I guess now we're 2 on one of the party torturing one of our captured people unnecessarily.
2 for 2!
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God there isn't a Geneva Convention.
Yeah, we're gonna need one.
Sven,
We're the
you
best
use
in
your
the world at
diplomacy.
that.
You want me to use my diplomacy?
Use your diplomacy and draft a copy of the Geneva Convention for this world. That could be your character's mission to go across and get all the countries to sign it.
It's all right.
You have
Yeah,
an idea.
It only
watch
covers about
Garugamesh
half of
do
the
that.
world.
And I guess this is weird because I feel like Garugamesh wouldn't have any like joy in it. It would just be. It's just something you do. Like there's no real thought beyond that. Of just pulling a blade out right through like a baby carrot and yeah. Because
Okay.
the opposite of love is not hatred; it is indifference.
Genuinely didn't know that the drow could feel pain.
Yeah, just. Okay.
I never saw a problem with it.
So, time passes, and finally Daxius is able to get back. Daxius, to you, I feel like that felt like a fucking eternity, all things considered.
Yeah. Yes, it did. Just... eventually I get back, I get the horses, and I'm just tired and panting, and I just take a seat on the ground. There you go, I got him.
You see Natari's like blitzed already, just lying on the ground on her side.
Good 20 minutes.
Christ, can't
A couple
leave you
hours,
alone
actually.
for 20 minutes.
You guys were a pretty decent distance away. It's been a while.
Can't leave you alone for 2 hours. Fucking
I almost
hell.
died, you fuck.
We all did.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't take
Yes.
any damage.
You didn't take any.
I
No.
don't think Daxius did either.
No,
Sasha
I was
did,
perfectly
though.
fine.
So,
Yeah. We all
Well, you
voted.
did good.
yeah.
And just give him like a gentle pat on the back.
You can smell the moonshine. She didn't.
Yeah.
She didn't really drink that much of it. Maybe a couple ounces. But man, when it's like fucking what, like 160?
190. It's like 190 proof.
Yeah.
Is Nataria lightweight?
You can see the paint peeling off
but...
of the carriage.
A little. She's not a lightweight, but she's not highly constitutional. This is fucking. What the fuck are you even drinking? I'd pick up the bottle.
It smells like paint thinner.
Fuck! Yeah, alright. You have fun with that. I give them the bottle back.
We probably should be letting our party members ingest poison.
They almost died and we're in the clear, and we got plenty of sober faces around. I think we'll be fine.
Mesh pulls out his hobbit grass.
It's on my character sheet. I have it now.
So, it does take a bit to get the horses harnessed up, but that's just kind of the way it is. I'm assuming you're leaving the horse carcasses where they are, and I guess some of you will be able to ride back. I think a lot of you will have to walk with the carriage.
I earned my fucking seat on that carriage, alright? With how far I had to run, I'm sitting.
I mean, look at how tight his thighs are pulsing. He needs to sit down.
What the fuck?
I don't like that.
Regardless, I don't care who does what. The outsiders bid you a fond farewell. They're going to make their way back on their own and vanish into the rush.
Thank you, and
Did we ever tell him about the spike growth?
glad for your help.
No. I think probably the smarter ones knew it, like could figure that out, but Organa is not among them.
Well, it's not like we knew that they were coming.
I don't think that spike grass has ever helped you guys.
No, it hasn't.
In theory, it's great.
I like it. I always like it when it's on the battlefield.
So.
I'm not gonna mention it.
Well,
Yeah, Vic will probably want to ride in the carriage with the drow, just to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Like actually on the
Yeah.
inside, but somebody who can actually handle animals would probably be better driving.
Yeah. Somebody
did
does.
we bring the Vardo?
No, just the horses.
Oh, okay. Well, we can still hook up the horses.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pull this. I'll get Etcher to sit on our. Well, that's right. We have the Vardo back in town, so never mind.
Okay.
Don't
So-
need a sentry.
Maybe about an hour or so later, you're able to get back into town. Do you guys make an attempt to clean the carriage up so it isn't covered in blood and shit?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Would any of us have thought of that if he didn't mention it, though?
Does anyone
Probably.
have prestidigitation?
Thought
Joel
you did.
does.
Actually, and I'll walk up beside it and I'll just a few times just throw my hands and sprays of water just emerge from it, and as soon as they hit the Vardo, splotches will just immediately dry up like a drop of paint, applying getting dropped onto a canvas, but in reverse. And just do that a few times and it's clean.
You're playing Power Wash Simulator Medieval Edition.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah, with that, I don't think the carriage itself took a lot of damage during the fight. I believe most of the combat spared it, so don't have to worry about that. And what damage did happen or did occur was most likely pretty minor.
Yeah, I figure all the damage would probably be in the reins and the harnesses, which Vic brought back up specifically for
You
him.
replaced. So, it's late, but your faces are recognized, so the guards don't bother with you. You're able to go right in, and to whom do you deliver them? To Ash? To the not the Lunar, to the Silver Core? To the Palace? Or to the Valier Society?
I believe it was the society we were supposed to drop them off to, because Talia mentioned that they were expecting them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Before we empty them out onto the driveway, we could probably send somebody in to double check.
Yeah.
Instead of just dumping 8 bodies on the front door.
Yeah, I can have Etcher go and deliver a written message if that works.
Minute or so later, Talia does emerge, and she then tells you that you'll actually be taking them to kind of a safe house for now. A property that Ash owns over near the Graf Weiss winery. She tells you, and then says she's going to send a message up to the captain of the guard, Younger, and to the captain of the Royal Guard, Frederick Yeager, and obviously Ash as well. Okay. She then returns inside, so she'll handle that a while. Just tells you to go.
All right.
Thank you.
You, whoever is driving, because I think you don't all need to go, so whoever accompanies the carriage, you're able to find a house situated back against the wall where a few of Ash's men are anticipating you, including Vilnius, who seems to be probably the brightest of his minions. He then checks to make sure nobody's following behind you and says, "Let's get them inside. That should be nice."
Yeah. I think Vic's probably still in the carriage itself, so he'll assist.
Okay.
Yeah, Daxis is also there. He'll help out. Whatever Vic's doing, he'll just copy him.
Yeah.
Are the bodies going in as well?
Yeah.
I mean,
Gurgamesh hesitantly sets one down, waiting for Vic's direction.
what does I mean, the bodies are all in the prisoners are all in the same area. Does Vilnius react?
But at least some of them came back alive. Bring them inside so nobody sees.
Alright.
Start lowering them inside then.
The false body over the shoulder and bring him inside.
Doesn't take very long. After that, once they're inside, you do see that there are a decent amount of Ash's men inside waiting. Definitely not the kind of people that you would see at his shop. These are the kind of people that you don't see at all. And then that's it. None of them, they don't look at you, they don't speak with you, they don't even acknowledge that you exist. Most of them have their faces covered entirely. With that done, Vilnius says that he'll run a message over to the master, and well, after this it'll be in the hands of the judge, the courts, and politics. Not my purview.
Very well. We've got some documents that your boss might be interested in. Would it be better to leave them with you or drop them off directly?
I'll be walking back myself. I have a few of my own guards, so I'll be able to pass them on without a problem.
All right. You've got some details on them ourselves, so
Very good.
just kind of rolls them up and pulls them out of the bag and hold it.
Okay.
Passes them.
He takes the books and stuff that you guys collected, kind of puts them to his chest and say, "Well, hopefully this will be enough to tighten the noose, as they say."
I think your boss will not have much difficulty finding the rope.
And would hope. If not, well, we've all fucked up now, haven't we?
No, the documents are somewhat damning.
Okay. You're able to leave. Whether you take the carriage is up to you. I don't think it matters one way or the other. Obviously, you at least take your horses.
I mean, I guess we could sell it, but it sounds like a little bit of extra work.
Yeah.
Probably just leave it.
This cleaned up. Donate it to the society.
It's also
Here
like
you go.
It basically
Oh,
screams
It
drow
does have
carriage.
a coaching livery on the doors.
Yeah. It's like it's written on the back window that says this is stolen.
Basically, you guys stole a taxi, like with full taxi livery, more or less. The period equivalent, I guess. Well, not stole,
yeah.
more like temporarily commandeered.
I mean, we weren't planning on keeping it. It's kind of like borrowing, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
Somebody will figure it out, I'm sure.
Eventually.
We've already got our car.
All right.
Yeah.
With that, you're able to disperse to do your own work, whether that's to discuss the paperwork that you have gotten your hands on. I know some of you had some shopping to do, so you're able to find what I told you were able to find, or I guess in Sven's situation, you're able to purchase it probably either in the Flagstone Market or from Reese.
Okay. So yeah, I need to go to the, I think it was a dwarf, and be like, hey, we're actually going to be leaving, dude. You need to mail this to where we're going.
Okay, yeah. You're able to give, I believe that was, he wasn't a dwarf, he was human. The one that runs the Hammer and Hearth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm willing to pay for its transportation.
Yeah. He says, like, the transport will cost you, like, 15 gold.
Sure.
He says,
I'll do
most
that.
likely by the time you get to where you're going, it will already be in transit.
Okay. We like to hear that.
So, was there anything else?
Fernix was planning on making the page of spell knowledge, right?
Mhm.
Or where are we going to buy it?
Yeah, we can do that en route.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be like 500 gold. So we can just pick up. We say we have the supplies. Split amongst what, 2 people?
It does have to be casting the spell, so I think at worst it might be like we might have to buy a potion or a scroll or something. Just transfer it.
It's
But,
yeah.
you know,
I mean, I'm obfuscating
I
slightly,
mean,
but
that's
it's for crafting. It's 500 gold worth of creation materials for
Yeah.
that particular thing that we can say is whatever we want.
Actually, you're right. I forgot. It's not a requirement to have the spell. You can just add 5 to the DC, which I think makes it like effectively caster level 6, which I make on a 2. So
Yeah, but you have Cure Light, so.
yeah, but I don't have Arcane Cure Light. It's different.
Oh, I thought we were just doing the divine one for now, or is?
Oh, well. Oh, okay. Yeah,
I mean, we could get it.
It's even easier.
Yeah, let's stick with just the divine
I
one
didn't
for now,
remember.
since that'll cover both Sven and Vic, and
Yeah.
Daxius. Since Daxius can't afford anything anyway, we just leave him without any options. Now we can. Did you want one?
Well, is anyone still hurt right now?
I am, but
Yeah, I can help out with that. I have
I
got most of my firsts.
Well, actually, I almost feel like the flow of my magic has changed a little bit. I feel like if I
We haven't leveled up
tried,
yet.
and I tried, it doesn't work. It just
Oh.
forgot. Shit. No, never mind.
How much hurt are you?
38 out of 97, so I need like 60 health.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
shit.
well, cool. I will drop the cure crit then. That's fine. I had an emergency airwalk in case someone needed to get in the air, but I don't think so. I don't think we need that anymore.
Probably not at this point.
And we don't
So-
need flying horses either.
What's the difference between a lesser extend metamagic rod and a normal metamagic?
The level of spells.
Lesser
that can-
is third level and lower for lesser, and then normal
Okay.
metamagic rod is 6th level and lower.
Okay.
That's and the greater works with anything. That's what the It's like the Greater Quicken wand is like almost 200,000 gold. It's
Yeah.
goofy shit.
I will
The,
buy
the
another
lesser
wand.
one seems affordable by comparison.
Mhm.
I'm gonna buy a second wand
Oh.
of Cure Light Wounds because really should have a second one at this point.
I mean, if we're
Been
getting the
multiple
spell,
Sorry?
if we're getting the Ring of Spell Knowledge or the Page of Spell Knowledge, then our need for wands is significantly lessened.
We're also gonna start going against bigger stuff when we have more HP. They're cheap. We've had multiple times where we've gone through the entire thing. It's cheap enough that I'm just gonna get a second one in case. It's a good backup plan.
Okay. There might be enough gold in the Vardo.
Oh, I'm just taking it out on my own.
Okay, that works.
Hey, Gray, do we want to say I have to buy more gold material before I leave Innsburg for jewelry making?
Yeah.
Okay. How much were we charging for that? I thought last time it was like 5 gold or something.
Well, that technically gold is by weight. So what is a pound of gold coins? Is that 50 or 100?
I think it's 50. I always feel like they must be very tiny gold coins if you can get 50 of them into a pound.
Yeah.
Like a pound of gold is not a lot.
Let me look at
Or
it.
you know,
Any-
they're like coated, probably some kind of light metal like nickel or something like that.
Am I able
Where's
to buy a
this
potion of
stuff?
fly?
Don't know.
Sounds
are you?
expensive.
Let's see.
750 gold.
50, yeah, I see
750.
1 pound of gold is 50
50
gold
gold.
pieces, and
It might be a good idea to just have a potion of fly in hand. Dragon shows up, laughs at us. We give it to Garugamesh. Suddenly is scared.
Need to put some points into fly then.
yeah. I've got a little bit of proficiency in fly. Not proficiency. I've got a +2 to
Nice.
fly. Oh, nat 20, baby.
Can
One
I?
pound
I
of
might
gold
have to
is
shift
50
things around because I can fly now too. But actually, no, that's right. I airwalk. That's completely different.
So 1 pound of
Yeah.
gold is indeed 50 GP.
Okay.
Can I get a potion
And-
of fly, Gray?
I'm just gonna buy 1 pound of
Is
material.
it
then.
something that you can, like... I just want to make sure, because potion rolls are fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's a level 3 spell. It costs 750 gold.
Then, yeah,
I
you'll
think-
be able to get that.
It needs to be personal, but I believe fly is.
Yes.
Well, I thought so.
I think personal is, or I think fly is personal. Yes,
Yeah, I believe so.
I think personal is fly.
Very fly. Very rad.
Yeah,
I say
Very tubular.
there's a potion of fly.
necromantic.
And that's, yeah, fly is not personal, but it is
Oh no, it's creature touch.
potionable.
It's called out specifically
I
in
think
the
the,
potions
the-
page as being a potion you can
The
buy.
internet.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think you can do a personal spell into a potion. Because otherwise, I'd be handing out that divine favor and be like, "You have fun with that. It's way better use on you than it is on me."
Yeah, my internet's dying about once a minute now.
Yeah,
Oof.
and John, that should be 61 healing for you.
Oh, nice. Where'd that come from?
I popped a Cure Light, a Cure Serious, and a Cure Crit.
Oh, nice.
The Cure Crit did fantastic. It's
Oh,
probably the
with the
best I've
30
rolled in a while.
With the 38.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
So-
saw that.
yeah.
So the
38, 16, and 7 should be
Mm,
40. It's 61.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently I was wrong about potions. It's
Cool.
not spells that are personal, it's spells that aren't personal.
Ooh.
Thanks,
Okay.
Fernix.
You can do personal spells if with alchemist extracts. but
You're
not
welcome.
potions.
Is Vic still hurt? I assume so, because my channel was horrible.
Nope. I was already pretty healed. I was a little under half at the end of the battle. So
Cool.
those channels were enough. I'm up to full now.
All right.
So,
That taken care of, I'll be like, well, good. Then I have a short message to deliver to the temple. I'm sure Etter will be back anytime now. I'll just pin that real quick, and that's it. I crumple it up into like a ball, and then just kind of take it out and straighten it out and fold it. The letter, by the way, in case you haven't read it, does say that they're probably going to be looking after, well, the Vations in the area. So,
Yeah,
as much as I
probably-
am not nailed down to the church, I'd rather not say nothing and just let them be led to the slaughter.
Should we read out the letters and stuff on stream because they are kind of important?
but yeah, I can do that. And the letter is going to which church? To the temple?
Yeah, there's a smaller shrine in town. I think you said.
Yes, that would be. Where's that one? Oh, it's the one near. Yeah, it's actually outside of the Red Temple. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd spoken with anyone there, but even if not, oh well. This is your problem now, guys. You gotta pass it on. I'm not I'm not sitting in a temple.
Sending in an anonymous bomb threat.
No, I put my name in everything in case they need more. In case they need more information.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. And Etter will be able to fly it off, and hopefully somebody there will be able to take possession of it. Oh.
But I'll let Guru and anyone else who still happens to be in earshot know. Yes, it seems they've already sent messages to some of their allies in Lunebruck and Helgrim. So I'm assuming that anyone who's a follower there could be targeted.
Yeah.
For the reading of not the will, but the two letters, does somebody want to read it out, or you want me to do it?
Which would you rather?
It is up to you as a player.
You've got a good reading voice, Craig.
You
I mean,
do.
I can try as well, assuming my internet doesn't get itself.
Okay.
Swap out every other sentence.
Or every other word.
He's down. He's not English class. God,
I was gonna say if we're eager to get on the road, we could get in the Vardo and then do a reading, so to speak, just so nobody's stuck out of the loop.
I'd be fine to get on the road.
Well, I think
Yeah.
this reading is out of character.
It is, yeah. It's for the stream.
For, yeah.
All right, and then it's up to you.
I'll try it, and then we can see how it goes. I think the internet lasts a long time. Do we want to start with with House to Scar or the letter to the Fox first?
Letter to the Fox.
Okay,
Because I can't find the... Oh, there it is.
it's at the very top.
Mhm.
All right. So, this is a letter to the Fox. It says, "My beautiful Fox, in the past I've always depended on you to keep your machinations subtle. The less attention we bring to ourselves, the fewer headstrong fools attempt to drive a stake into our hearts, metaphorically and literally. I have asked you to change tack, for I received a visitor not 3 nights prior to this letter. The beast whose presence preceded him by miles as I felt him enter the city via the mill tunnel. I suspected an army, or at least another enlightened, bringing in on him and 4 audience. And yet he came alone. I was polite. He was curt and clear. Change is coming. We shall no longer be waiting for the rise of Rakshar from his dead prison city, nor shall we herd the sheep and fight among each other. And should we support the winning side, we shall control the area as the gods we truly are. He offered no flattery, no proof of his power. He didn't have to. With his words spoken, I knew his promise was as solid as the marble under my boots. I apologize that you must learn about it this way, but I summoned those in the council that were immediately available, and with that we reached a quorum. I pray you will not hold this against me. We agreed with him. The bull desires the warpath, and has rattled his cage ever since he was embraced centuries ago. The viper is cautious, but always intrigued by new magics, new philosophies, new enigmas. The jackal sees blood and goes where blood is, simple being that he is. Even without input the raven, the spider, and you, we knew this was wise. We returned our acceptance to our friend, who received it genially, and as he asks for good works in return. From you, our youngest sister, I must ask that you search for something that might have been once missing in Innsburg, or Innsburg as it was at the time, likely lost in the ground or in historical records and accounts. If it is there, we must find it. If it is not, we must learn where it was taken. Our friend did not indicate what it was, but he called it a key in search of a lock. I have other searching as well for other artifacts lost during the breakdown of the old empire. I promise you these were no pithy human trinkets or wrought elven debauchery. What we seek is power to win this long war against our flock, and those who would seize our territory for their own. For now we must be a finger in the fist of our friend with... Now we must be a finger in the fist our friend intends to wield. Don't struggle with the greenskins and their ilk. We too, and others, have had a tenuous peace, brokered by our visitor that I will uphold. For now, do what you must to find this. While you can be loud, do not be reckless. Should you succeed, I shall welcome you back to your ancestral home at the gates of Ravensburg as one would have been. Perhaps even more. With all affection, the dragon. And, all subtext, below this is a wax seal of a hydra with heads curled around its body.
They don't even know what a dragon looks like.
I don't think... Never mind.
That's technically a magical beast.
Yep. I assume I didn't cut out too badly.
No.
You were cutting out a little bit, but
A little bit,
it was
but-
alright.
Yeah, it didn't affect anything really.
Okay,
It was good.
so that was Letter to the Fox.
And the agreement with House to Scar.
Someone else should read it. Not me, though.
I can go for it because I was like, oh sure, I should speed read through the information, and I was like, full stop on this one. I'm gonna go back and fully read this now that I've speed read it and gone, wait, what? But it's good that you read that one first because it makes more sense with this. To Matron Lael Scar, Matron of House Scar, Diamond of the Underdark, the Council of the Council of Unterfell and her vassals greets you with the greatest respect and is humbled by the presence of your servants who speak on your behalf. They were treated as honored guests while they remained in my abode, and we are pleased that they found it fulfilling. We have heard your words, and we are proud to say that we, the Council, accept your terms. We greatly anticipate the fruits born of mutual participation in the partnership we have struck. We have done as our mutual friend has desired, searching for knowledge and valuable items beneath and around Innsburg. As at present, we have come up with little of great interest, the older tombs, lost sections of the original Innsburg fortress, and hints towards cultish activities dating back almost a century have made themselves known. An informant in the ranks of the Sworn has provided insight into the Sworn's interest in Innsburg. The same they hold in Lunebruck and the Wetterstrom as well. Of something stolen from mankind's old imperial capital, wiped from the map and memory alike. Powerful, dangerous, deadly, moved by evasion monks westward from here, that is all they knew. The level of pettiness and vindictiveness among the Sworn's leadership is impressive to hold a grudge for this long. I have sent missives to allies in Lunebruck and Helgrim, regarding these developments, to turn their eyes towards the Vations and certain ruins which may yet exist above ground. As per our proposal, sent by the Council's head some weeks ago, it will be House Tiscar's role to search for what remains from an era so bygone even the vampires cannot remember them, in the hopes they offer knowledge and objects our friend desires. And to rally the other houses, recalcitrant as they are, to our shared cause. They may not yet understand what you do, matron, but soon they'll witness what changes the winds bring, or be made to understand. With all the greatest compliments and respect, Countess Veronica Lutz.
You did really good there,
Which
Birch.
is-
Good job. I'm proud of you.
Which is the vampire lady said that. She
Oh,
said
no.
that.
Uh-oh.
She was sending a thing.
Also,
But
shout
now
out
they're
on
never gonna know.
the battle map where Daxius apparently ran the wrong way.
Did I?
Yeah, you ran to. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm
That
dumb.
is the
I'm
right
dumb.
way.
Oops.
You fool. You
Shout out to
bamboozled
Sven for
yourself.
not
at the
remembering what
beginning.
directions we came from.
I forgot they were going away from the place, not towards.
East, I thought you said west.
East.
Okay.
That reminds me, at my work, this is probably not the time to say this, but there's this one really flamboyantly gay guy who's like got bitch energy, and he's like he has a belt that in pink flowery text just says bitch.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
And I see him behind that glass window every time I walk into the bathroom.
That reminded me because the Wheeze thing and the belt in that episode of SpongeBob.
That was a different episode.
Oh, I'm thinking of Wumbo.
Well,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oops.
Wumbo.
That's something you guys are able to share, whether it's over a meal or when you get on the road. What does happen between now and when you read it? Are you sticking around for any more time, or are you going to try to make for a coaching house before midnight?
We probably should leave.
I have a
wait,
few
no,
things I
yes.
want to clean up and do before we leave the city. Not much.
Sorry, by boat. I remember you were going to take it by
Oh.
boat since it's safer.
Boat? Yeah, honestly, we probably should do boat.
We'd already discussed it. It was a way for me to also justify not doing any encounter.
Yeah, because we just pissed off some powerful people that, like, if any of them survive tonight or any of their allies, if we go by road, might be a problem.
Fair.
I'm always up for the challenge. I'll meet you guys there.
We're just gonna walk.
Gilgamesh runs
No,
out
swim.
runs out of Innsburg before anyone can stop him. We have to split the party again.
Yeah, we'll alternate sessions, so we get one Gilgamesh session and one everyone else session.
Sorry to say it to you, but Gilgamesh is dead.
Yeah, we're sailing by on the road and we see Gilgamesh just like face down in the dirt.
I just imagine him crucified by the riverside, knowing that y'all would pass by.
He did it himself
Yeah.
because it would be funny.
I just look over and smile, and I'm like, that seems about right.
Why, Gilgamesh? Why? I did it for the bit.
Anyway,
Anyways, so you are able to charter an industrial boat that is heading down towards Darren.
I would like to, if we can, spend money for it just to be us.
Yeah, it's not a problem. You're probably going to be out about a good, maybe like 400 gold, because you're taking up the ship's entire cargo.
I'm fine to go with other people.
well, the issue is that we're storing several horses in Avardo. Not so much
And-
that.
Also, we have quite a lot of money and stuff on us. I'd rather us just be alone for now.
Fine.
Up to you.
Also, that's less eyes.
I just didn't think Sven would pass up an opportunity for some storytelling. But that's just me. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Well, alright. So,
Actually,
400 divided by 5 is 80, I believe. So
Rugamesh is going to roll sleight of hand to take his share of the money from Daxius' pocket.
Doesn't find anything.
Axius doesn't need that money.
He's
I couldn't
broke,
hear
he
you.
find nothing.
I couldn't hear. Joel, you're I
Who's staying
think you're
behind,
muted.
by the way, from your revenue? You're muted.
Yeah.
You're-
No,
Yeah,
we can't hear you.
Mic is
I
off, maybe.
I'm kidding.
Because you're not muted in Discord. It's just
No.
your mic's not working.
I love Windows. Windows likes doing this.
I've never had it happen on my end. Knock on wood.
It could be that it got disconnected. Check your settings and make sure that it's set on the right microphone.
Yeah,
You
double check
know-
the plugs to
In
make sure you
Discord.
didn't just like dump them.
There we go.
Daxius is a bard.
Hey.
He could act it out.
What was the
I
problem?
just unplugged it and plugged it back in, and that fixed it.
I love when these
Fair
ones
enough.
easy.
Yep. You
So-
probably didn't hear me, but before we leave, I did have a few things I wanted to clean up and do, but nothing soup.
Nothing
one-
soup.
Nothing soup.
So,
A few, yeah.
alright, I
Are-
know
are-
We're
we're
gonna. We're
Uh,
bringing the Vardo with us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Filling it up with booze.
I actually already did.
Ooh. How long will this journey
Nice.
take, Bray?
about 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, we need the booze.
Mhm.
We're gonna be stuck on the boat with all the Dax heads.
Didn't we buy a keg of booze that we were keeping in the Vardo?
We'll
I
do
did,
more.
yeah.
At
It's
least one. I think you have multiple.
we have 2 kegs. One of them is alcohol. One of them is filled with lead. So don't try and drink out of it.
Mmm.
No,
Yummy.
it's not
Delicious.
filled with
Right.
lead. It's lead lined.
Yes.
No, it's,
Even
Yummy.
still.
no, it is literally filled with lead. Like it's not used at all. It's just
Yeah.
a very heavy barrel that we have now.
I use it to train my my back muscles.
This is Kenshi. We're using it to train our strength.
Yeah.
Very few people will get that joke.
Yeah, I don't know how we got all that lead into the barrel, but anyway.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's okay. The keg of it is heavy enough that if we can just get it over top of somebody, just drop it on them, and that's
That's
you know
true.
problem
Yeah.
solver.
it's our dragon killer.
Yeah.
where's
Yeah,
the
load
thing
this
where,
into the peasant cannon.
In Frozen Frontier, they pitched something off to kill an ogre that was attacking them in a tower.
Yeah.
Nice.
But anyways, yeah. What is it we need to be you're working on?
Oh, quickly, I go and buy, just because I didn't message you about this, I buy like 5 gold's worth of like wood, like rectangular blocks, and just for the road.
Okay.
I go to the chapter house, and I want to go to the guy that's the bartender. Hey, I have a letter that's supposed to be getting back to me. I have a gun. Give me all your money.
Going into a police station trying to rob them.
Yeah. I have a message that I'm expecting from a certain Cyrus Hatsbolt. I'm going to be out of the city. I'm heading toward. If you could redirect it towards the Lunebruck chapter house, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, certainly we can do that. No problem.
All right. And I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna see if I'm blanking on the rat folk's name. One of the guys that went out and helped us. Blinks. Blinks. Okay. Is he in the room at all?
They are still here, thankfully. They are probably counting the money that they were paid by Talia and trying to... Because it's pretty late, they're probably not going to go, like, anywhere overnight yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to, like, go to, like, a seat or a booth that's, like, beside them or, like, across from, like, just nearby. Kind of look like I'm bending over to, like, tie my shoes or something. And I'll kind of lean closer and just start talking to him. I don't have a lot of time, and I'm sure you have better things to do. But I've been watching you. I have an interest in you. And I want you to know that throughout everything, that you're not alone. And I sort of like nudge my head down and I pull back my boot. And similar to the mark around his neck, there is a mark in my fur around my ankle that is seems permanently marked. A lesser enchantment than the one you probably knew, but there are still those who have suffered your same fate, and people like us need to look out for each other. If you're ever in the area, and if you ever need help, just know you have an ally in me.
Yeah, sure. Always hoping one day that there'll be a breaker of change that comes along. No such luck quite yet.
One day.
Maybe one day.
It may not be in our lifetime, but one day things will change. I believe that. And with that, without another word, I'll get up.
Okay.
I'll make my way out.
Alright.
I actually remembered, thank you for kind of reminding me, Daxius, that I had a scene, a quick scene I wanted to do with Ash.
Okay.
So essentially, I want to have Sven walk in, ask for Ash if he's not there.
I'm gonna say that this is sort of while other people are doing things so that we can sort of time this, because I feel like once the bodies and whatnot were to come into his possession, he would probably be disposed.
I'm following Sven.
So like this is as soon as we get back and like they're handling that.
Okay.
Sven breaks off and he is doing this.
Okay.
And he's so I tell him that we're back, that it was successful, but I guess we can roleplay it if you want.
I don't know what the context is.
So he wants to ask about contacts and what he knows about Lunebruck, which is where we're going, right?
Yeah, he is there, obviously. When he sees you, there is definitely a pause of like, okay, you're not dead, you're not insanely injured, which means most likely
I'm not even scratched.
Yeah, the venture came out positively. He sits back down and just kind of a hand up in order to bring you into the room.
I'll follow him in, close the door behind me, and I'll say, it's been a great pleasure working with you, Ash. My allies don't share quite the same opinion, but I personally like you a good deal. I think you're a good person, but this is, seems to be the day that we'll be leaving. I hate you, John. Broke my...
The first thing you did was start gaslighting him about the rest of the group. It's like, yeah, not everybody likes you, but I do.
I don't care what people say. I think you're a good guy.
It's called a compliment sandwich.
No, it's called a backhanded compliment. Yeah, nobody likes you except for me.
It's gaslight.
I forget what it's called, but it's like a strategy
sandwich.
where like you compliment them, say something bad, and then compliment them again, and it makes it even
It's
more
compliment,
impactful.
criticism, compliment. He is correct, yes.
That wasn't a criticism. No, that was just straight up saying people don't like you.
He does.
And also throwing the rest of us under the bus in the process.
I mean, I don't think he would be shocked. And I don't
No.
think Sven would think he would be shocked by that revelation.
We just like to give you grief, Barry. Well, I do.
You hear it, he listens you speak, and he doesn't say anything in response. Just, waits.
I wanted to come here ahead of time before you were predisposed with other things. To just say that it was a pleasure working with you, and I'm glad that you are doing what you are doing. There are many places that don't have someone like you, and they are much worse off for it. But I also came because I am going to somewhere that is bigger than here, and that I've not been before, and I trust you, and I was curious if you knew any contacts or people who you might be in business with that I could find and trust myself.
You're looking to find reasonably priced, strangely sourced items. Functionally, you have perhaps only 2 or 3 options. better than the other. First you can do is try to find Gerhard Ackerman. He runs a gang called the Breakwaters out of the Dregs, the old Lunebruck. I was told that he overthrew his old master, Joseph Barvasi, about a year ago. Take that as you will. Barvasi may have taken up residence in Bridgefront, but Corner Graph is a dangerous one. Your other option really comes down to the Azure League. If you haven't been there, understand that certain levels of criminality are legal even beyond what I have agreed with Prince Ludwig here in Innsburg. So if you see somebody committing a crime with a blue pin on their lapel, leave them alone.
And do you have any advice for perhaps not getting involved with them, but in the same way that you and I have done business?
If you are looking for that kind of work, I can just suggest one of three things. The first were to be getting in contact with the Lunar Guard. They're a little more loose when it comes to the enforcement of laws and safety compared to the Silver Corps. The second would be to get in contact with the Barbed Rose. The Hell Knights have a chapter house in Lunebruck. I know they've been trying to impose some sort of order in Bridgefront for as long as Bridgefront existed. Through no real success, if you can work with those types. The third were to go into the Azure League's headquarters in the old docks, which is also on Old Lunebruck. On Arthur Scrivener. He's the one that runs it. Tell him that I sent you and should be able to cut through some of the bullshit.
Hold on, quick.
What was Arthur's last name?
Quick out of character. Arthur Scrivener was one of the characters I made for you, wasn't it, Gray?
Indeed.
Like a long time ago? Okay.
Indeed.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
Interesting.
All right, Barry, share some insight. Who is this Arthur Scrivener guy? Is it the same character or just the same name?
Is
He's
this the guy I
dual
think
class
it
wizard
is?
rogue.
Yeah, it is.
Type.
Did you play this character or was it just an NPC?
I don't think we ever got to play them.
I
Not
thought
long,
you.
session.
Was it one session?
One, yeah.
I do remember this character. It sounds familiar. I remember you playing a rogue wizard at one point, anyway.
I know more about them, but I won't share because Sven won't know, and that'll be a surprise.
Fair enough.
But very interesting. I like that.
And if you,
Okay.
That's a deep cut Easter egg for all of our hardcore rough rolling fans.
Yeah, like and subscribe for more.
If you haven't been into the city, make sure that you enter via the land. Go across the Regent's Bridge. It's an experience. Focus on the Medion and Tower. Runs up from the keep of the same name. Most people that live in Lunebruck use it as a North Star in the city because it grows and shrinks depending on how close to it you are. It also gives you a pretty grand view of both the Monlicker War College and the Onyx Palace.
And are there any in the city who would know your name? Or I understand if you prefer I not invoke your name.
John Scrivener, I wouldn't trust too many other people's. The landscape is changing. I haven't heard great things coming out of that city lately. I keep business. When it comes to smuggling, Ackerman is the one that keeps things flowing. But that is as far as I'm willing to deal with him.
You know, if there's anything you need us to do down there or take down there, we are going that way.
He kind of looks you over, and there's like a moment of like not certain what he wants to do one way or the other.
We do have a bag of holding and a boat which we are commissioning to be all our own.
I'm just gonna stop making a habit of like getting into contracts with other people and not telling anyone else.
Kind of fun. I do like it. As much as Garugamesh doesn't like it, I like it.
If you're already going that way, I at least know that you and your retinue are reliable, not the most intelligent. Vilnius should have a package beneath the counter asking for the blue box. You'll want to put that in something that cannot be scried on. A bag of holding or a lead-lined box would be best. Take it into the dregs. Hand it to whomever is working the door of the HMS Nightshade. That is the ship that the boss of the Breakwaters, Ackerman, uses as his headquarters. Simply say that it's from with compliments from Innsburg, and it should be passed on without a problem.
I give a slight nod.
He will owe you
Leaving dead air.
250 gold for the work.
See, this is why it's been asked. 250 gold. It's money.
For delivering
That-
something, yeah.
That's just to deliver it, and that almost covers the cost of the boat.
Yeah, tell him it doesn't cover the cost of the boat. You could probably get more.
Just
We'll have to argue that at the door,
make sure you'll
because
go
it's that
alone.
person handing the gold.
Make sure you don't go alone.
So I did roll stealth, and I can either ask Sven to update me
You
when he
were-
comes out.
You were unloading bodies at this point.
Oh, I am? Oh, this is so sad.
Yeah, considering that was a really good stealth check. Yeah,
Garugamesh drops the body and runs to go chase down Sven.
you have no idea.
Get a
After
sixth
that-
sense for bad ideas.
He gives
Alright.
you a bit of a nod and then goes back to reporting paper that he has on his desk.
All right, I'll pick up the package. I'll make my way back to the party. And who has the bag of holding? Is that just in the Vardo?
Vic has it. It's not in the Vardo. It has it.
Uh,
The containers in the bag of holding are in the Vardo because we all have access to it. But Vic is carrying it.
I'll put it in the lead-lined barrel then, in the meantime,
Okay.
and then make my way back to the party.
Sven, you smell different. Where were you? You smell like soot, ash, and poor
I was
people.
giving Ash a blowjob, as you would say.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Look,
Really?
that was, for
Is he-
those audio listeners, that was the gesture that John was making as I was talking to Ash.
For those audio listeners, that man is a liar. And if you want to see for yourself, go check out our stream.
Yeah, twitch.tv/rough rolling.
So,
You just clip it, and there's a mysterious box over John's window
Yeah.
while Barry's talking.
this
This segment has been removed because it's broken TOS.
You are able to charter the boat as you need. It takes a little bit to hoist the Vardo and both of the horses onto the basically a barge. If none of you have ever seen how they load a horse onto a boat, that's probably going to be a pretty amusing thing.
Yeah.
Like plane.
Holy shit, it's so hot.
They basically put them through a net, like their legs through a net, and then lift them up.
Yeah.
They know the horses will try to run,
Mm-hmm.
and then swing them over onto the deck or down into the cargo hold. The captain is a bit surprised that you want to charter his entire fucking ship, but he's like, "It's your money. I don't care."
On his
Stupid
money.
rich people.
Yeah, basically, it's fucking rich people.
Before we do all this, I did want to talk to the party about the package. Just real briefly, like while we're standing there on the
Are you sure?
at the dock.
That seems a little out of character for Sven to share things that he did.
It's,
And his
no, you guys
Cooperate
are-
with the group. Do things that are make good decisions.
Oh, this one's a great decision.
Share your
Decisions
intentions.
in you?
Just so that we can get on the road. We don't have to super roleplay this out if you guys don't want to. I would like to roll a diplomacy check to see how well I explain it.
If this goes over poorly, you're going overboard.
So,
Okay.
Sven explains it as, a reason why we haven't been robbed and we've been treated well here is because Sven's been getting in good with Ash. And since we're going to Lunebruck, which is a bigger city, he wants to be ahead of the curve? No. He wants to preemptively start getting in good with those guys. At least good enough that we don't get stolen from, because we have a lot of wealth with us, and there are organized gangs here who are less, how do I say it? Less ethical than the gang here. So he's taking a package for Ash and delivering it to one of the head gangs there. It won't intervene with any of us. We just leave it in the lead line barrel. No problem. And because it's lead lines, can't be scried upon, so it can't be used to find us. So, and then we just hand it to the person there and start getting in good with them so we don't get stolen from. Because, yeah, we are not big name adventurers, but we have a lot of money and wealth. And it's a good idea to make sure that doesn't get stolen from us.
So the problem with your logic is that you're ignoring we're society members. So if somebody were to steal something from us, they would be fucking with the society, which, because there's, I would imagine that because, there's a very large society base at Bannerhome in the city, they're pretty well known there. If you fuck with adventurers that are part of one of the largest organizations in the city, it's probably not going to go over well, no matter how cool you are.
To Barry's point, Siegfried Ash, and probably by extension the other characters in Lunebruck, Siegfried Ash didn't have a problem messing with the society in Innsburg.
No, he works with the society.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he's not afraid to double cross them. He literally had us go do espionage on the society. I'm sure.
Sort of, yeah.
I'm sure they have ways around it.
And
at the same time,
they're much, as Ash described, they're a lot less ethical, and they are a lot more cutthroat.
We are also less ethical.
I'm happy with the intel that Barry got. And on a side note, we did that whole circus arc. If we could do an arc that's a Yakuza style, like crime boss infiltration, arc, that'd be really cool. We take down 1 million gremlins at once with a swing of the hammer, 10 guys go down until we get to the final boss, that sort of thing. That'd be cool as fuck.
Yeah, that'll definitely
one of us will be like, no, I'm Joryu Jozuma. It's completely different. And then they'll be like, but you're Kiryu. And then we'll be like, how did you know? And they're like, you just told me.
Kiryu-chan.
Yeah. Also,
I'm expecting Vic not to be super on board, but
no,
Axios and Garugamesh will back me up on this.
I think he's genuinely pissed off that you did this again without telling anyone. Less that you did it in general.
I think Garugamesh is good in the sense that now we know Daxius and I will know who to go to before our next big score to clear it with him first.
Yeah, I will say that I preceded this with sharing the intel he caught from Ash. Oh yeah, I got all this stuff from Ash, and all we have to do is deliver this package.
He gave you information before you offered to deliver the package, so that's bullshit.
We're just delivering.
Those two individual things did happen in that conversation.
And
but they are not related.
Deliver the package.
Yeah, no, they're not related. But Sven says they.
I mean, in any case, it'll be fine. Everything works out. It's just a game.
No, Vic's
just a game.
Vic's not going to fight at you all. He's just annoyed because you did it again.
Yeah,
and also he's very severe with your logic.
Likely something you fight with on the trip.
Yeah.
So,
it's what makes Sven Sven.
It's like, I'm going to bring a fishbowl so I can go scoop it. It's like, no, you don't need to do that. That's not going to work.
So,
I will say, this is a character, because we are playing characters, I do want to point out this is a character flaw of Sven, where
he's a himbo.
He constantly thinks that he's a lone person, even while he's still in this group.
You can just say he has main character syndrome, and I mean, we already...
I wouldn't say it's that. It's more that he's used to operating on his own, and he doesn't often consider this kind of stuff.
He's
I
a
do wanna
solo
put-
player, but somehow he's more powerful than all the people in the guilds.
You anime opening.
It takes a
Sven's
little
gonna wake up.
I would like to sulk in the corner of the bar that's on the ship that we commissioned.
So,
Whoa, all of the ladies are falling in love with
Oh.
Sven for no explicable reason.
So it does
He's
take a
got a
little while
darkened
to get
shroud.
everything loaded up, but once that's done, you're pretty much able to board at your own leisure. You are given separate rooms in which to bunk. They're not big, they're not grand, they're not spacious. But staterooms on a ship like this is about what you're gonna get if you're lucky. Those who don't even
Is
have
Sven
enough
bunk
money to
with
pay for
Atari?
that, and you end up sleeping on the deck itself or just in the hold. That is down on the floor below the actual top deck. There's only one single sub deck, which is primarily storage. Is there anything else before you guys get underway?
Can Atari sleep with Sven?
Sven's
asked
gonna be
nicely
sleeping
enough.
on the
That's a
beach after Rick
weird
throws him out of
ass-
the boat.
Yeah,
I
the whoever's coming, because I believe somebody said that they were going to have one of their people stay behind to take care of the house.
Actually, no. Fuck Atari.
I-
We're sleeping with Lugo. Bros before hoes. Am I right, guys?
Oh wait, did anyone tell Lugo we were leaving?
He's actually
He's
there.
still
He's
there.
been actually helping
Yeah,
handle a lot of this stuff. Him and the captain seem to be getting on pretty well. Definitely kind of the
Old
we can
lovers.
talk shop level of
Yep.
brotherhood, I guess.
I mean,
This is where we
Lugo's the only
adopted him.
normal one out of the freak show. Oh.
I mean, he's the
I
one
was-
wearing the slave collar, so you can call that normal if you want.
Alright.
Okay.
Not yet.
I-
Not yet. We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Fucking
I have to gaslight
okay.
him a little bit more.
Lugo, Sven commissioned this collar. Would you like to wear it?
Yeah, I've got this maid outfit that's just your size.
It gives you a plus
Moving
2 to your
Right
gambling.
past that.
So you should wear it.
I was gonna ask just how much you would charge for a gallon of whiskey or rum because they don't have those prices. I'm
Gallon?
getting cheap shit. Yes.
You're getting the cheap shit?
Yeah, I got 40 gallons of cheap wine.
For
Holy shit. Plus a keg
That's
that
not-
I bought.
That's hardly all that's on there.
For a gallon of whiskey or rum, I'm just gonna say it's 1 flat gold. It is
Okay.
not gonna be a fun time if you drink a lot of it at once.
That's why we got the less severe stuff.
How many gallons are in a swimming pool?
I don't know.
12,000.
12,000?
I
So,
think. Let me check.
everybody's got a fireball story, so you're just making yours.
Let's fill an entire gallon with cheap wine. Or let's fill an entire pool with cheap wine.
Yeah, there's a table that has like a cask of spirits on it, but it doesn't have a price. Like the price tag is just empty.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, the old law whiskey. On here it's 20, but I'm just gonna take that and file off the serial number. It's definitely not like nice whiskey.
If it was
It's,
good whiskey, you'd
well,
be
it's
buying
like-
David Minks, which actually comes.
Yeah,
from
it's like-
Lunebruck.
Oh, well, that's true. Well, we better better do that when we get there.
Mhm.
Why am I paying the import cost for someplace we're going to be going?
Ray, I forgot to ask, was there someone in Innsburg who could have added that spell onto an item before I left?
Reese probably could have. That's one thing. You definitely need to ask like Birch and Barry because I don't know the rules for magical item creation like that.
Alright, so whoever can answer, I was going to add on hidden diplomacy onto an item I have. I don't know what that would entail.
It's a first level.
It's a first level Inquisitor spell.
How many times per day?
How many could I
Command word.
afford?
Command word once per day for a first level spell is
450.
360.
So once per
But
day.
then you also 1.5 times the cost because it's not the only enchantment effect, it's a secondary.
Well, 1.5 times goes on the most expensive.
Well, yeah, but if it already has an enchantment, the ones that come after it are the 1.5.
Not my
Okay.
rules.
Oh.
It's
I don't
it adjusts it upwards, so whichever the most expensive thing is, then that's how much it costs to add on the thing. Whereas you could do a slotless item for 50% more, and it's essentially the same thing.
Also, off topic, but for those who are curious, the smallest swimming pools are about 11,000 gallons, and the largest are about 40,000 gallons.
Damn.
What if I wanted
The
to
more you
enchant
know.
what if I wanted to enchant like a ring of protection? Or
You're-
Well, I
sorry.
think you'd have to like increase its like. Isn't there like different levels of like magic items or something? Like
what do you-
going from a +1 to a +2,
what do you-
+3.
You're just trying to increase the protection on your ring.
No, I was trying to add the that spell, the
Yeah, that's the same rule. It's
Oh, it's the
1.5
same rule.
times the more expensive.
I thought you had to make it a +2 first before you could add something new to it.
That's on a weapon.
Uh,
Ah.
yeah.
And it's only a
Okay.
+1.
so I'd be
Okay.
I'd be doing, if it's worth 2,000 gold, then I multiply by 1.5 and that's what I pay? Or do I just pay the 0.5?
I think so, because it's
Well-
the most expensive thing is getting multiplied, and then the least expensive thing just stays that price.
Yeah, so it'd be whatever the price for your whatever the thing adding on,
Mm-hmm.
and then 1.5 times the price of the cost of the ring if you were creating it by default. But if it's something you're adding, you would increase the base price by 100, or you would find what the 0.5 would be, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
and then add that to what price of the new enchantment you're putting on it, I believe.
What if it's something that doesn't already have an enchantment on it, like my noble's outfit that's worth like 150 gold? So like half of
Then-
that would be 75, so I just pay 75 to enchant it.
No, that's just that. For that, you would just add the price of the thing you're trying to do, because that's not magical. That's only for adding two magical abilities on the same item.
Okay, well, let's say I'm adding it to my noble's outfit. How much would it be to add the enchantment?
I mean, you could add it to a ring. You could add it to like a stone. If you just added it to like a stone in your pocket or something, it would be 360 for once per day for a first level spell.
Oh, so I can just
Slotless,
add it
then it'll
to...
be 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what to add it to.
So if it's slotless, it would.
Can I... Okay, can I call the... If I keep it in my pocket, can I use that immaculate pyrite ring I made as, Okay, sure.
Think
And
so?
so it'd be
I mean,
360 gold?
you could just put it on a ring to save some price and just take it off whenever you don't need it, I guess.
Yeah, but some rings have like that attunement period, and I don't have to worry about
I
that.
don't think
I don't
Fernix
think-
would.
No,
That's usually
No.
for like
Well, I mean,
specific items or like artifacts.
This would be
Okay.
like your hat of disguise. Like, you don't need
Yeah.
to attune to your hat of disguise, but you can still cast like a spell ability, basically. But yeah,
Alright.
we could do this later.
yeah, we'll do it later. Okay, I'm just gonna pay
But yeah,
360
somebody in
and
Innsburg would be able to, Reese would be able to do that, no problem.
okay, then I will do it on my back end. Thanks for the help.
All right. Anything else?
I had one thing, but it was going to be like the last thing.
I think you might be getting to the last thing.
All right. Well, if no one else has anything, as we're like about to like leave and get on the ship, I'm gonna sort of bring everyone into like a huddle, as my followers are all like gathered up like just on the outside of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Look, they don't really know anything that's happening right now, so if y'all wouldn't mind, I wanted to speak with them for a moment before we go. I'd like you all to be there. All right.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have places to be, so I won't take too long. I step up onto the plank that sort of separates the ship from the dock. Sort of just stand above the my followers. Atari's there too. Today, I brought you all out to see what we deal with every day. The drow that we fought, you saw firsthand from a distance just how nasty they were, and they are not the only foes that we have on our doorstep. I can't tell you everything. Not if I don't want to jeopardize your safety. But over the past 2 years we've been together, I've grown to like you all, and seeing you as a family that I haven't had in quite a long time. But if you are to follow me any further, know that you are taking your life into your very hands. And so I'm offering you all a choice. You can come with me. You can continue to follow my lead. And you can choose to fight for something greater than yourself. Or, for those who care not, and I pull out some keys, this is the house to the property that I bought in Innsburg.
Oh, yeah.
To any who wish to stay, to any who wish not to fight anymore and live a peaceful life, I offer you this key. I offer each person that leaves 100 gold. Objectively, it's the better option. And if I were you, I would take it. But if you still wish to follow me into the jaws of death, I would be honored to have you.
How would they react to something like this?
Be a lot of confusion, especially from Natari. But a lot of them, before meeting Daxius... Oh?
Yeah, like, they start talking amongst one another, and Atari kind of looks to them, steps up onto the gangway, kind of pushes you back. Says, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I can't force you to come with me either, Natari. But this is something I have to do.
What stupid horseshit is that, huh?
Natari, for the entire time I've been traveling with you... Do you remember the first time we talked after we beat up your old carny boss? You had that cigarette?
Think so? Kind of vaguely?
You told me a lot of your perspective, and I resonated a lot with it. And you taught me that I should damn this world. You taught me that there wasn't anything worth living for, and that we should only exist for ourselves.
And?
I can't believe that anymore, after everything I've seen. I mean, for fuck's sakes, there's a vampire living in the heart of a city, and no one's doing anything about it, and I'm just supposed to stand back and pretend everything's fine, as the world unravels around me.
Oh, what?
I
Just
can't
because she happens
listen.
to drink blood, that happens to make it any different from any other fucking noble? Ooh. they take
No, not
gold,
really.
They take property. But blood? That's where we draw the line?
They're not the only problem. Natari, there's nothing I can say that will make you understand.
Probably not,
But-
no.
This is something I have to do. I've ran my entire life. I've looked blind to the problems of this world, and I can't anymore. I just can't run. Ever since... This is something I have to do. This is destiny. This is where I have to be. Because if I'm not here, who else will be?
He looks to the rest of you, like, huddle off to the side, and it definitely has that look of, like, you're throwing for these fucking assholes. Like, that's very much kind of the expression. She doesn't say anything, and she's like, oh my god, it's fine. At least the food's better in Lunebruck. It's fucking nothing here. At least back in Lunebruck, I could rob aliens and, you know, have a fun time as they try to chase me through the streets.
You didn't care for the Innsburg gruel?
Just yelling from across the boat. So yeah, she doesn't hear you.
He wanted us to be around, so.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought
nearby.
They're not too far, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like they're close enough that Natari could hear them.
There's no real restaurants here. It's pub fare. Nice as they have it is a trophy room, and that place is for snobby assholes.
It's not even a Walmart.
I mean, you're just.
And the Dollar General is like 2 miles away.
I wouldn't know what the inside of a Walmart looks like because I've never been to Walmart. But you look like
Wow.
someone who knows what Walmart looks like very
And
well.
Atari's a frequent Walmart shopper.
You know, you look like you have Cookie Monster pajama pants.
She's the kind that steals from Walmart.
Probably.
Hot Cheeto.
Like a,
Cookie
just
Monster
sitting in the middle of the
pajama
night,
pants.
eating hot Cheetos off of the floor.
Listen, man, Pokemon
Fine.
cards are expensive.
Okay, whatever. Like, we're probably all gonna go because I figure eventually something's gonna happen that'll convince you that this was probably a dumb thing to do. And personally, I kind of want to be there to see it happen.
I'm just don't really say anything and just give Natari like a side hug.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you're still here.
Give me a sense motive.
Just him?
Yep, just him. You feel her, and her skin is kind of cold, and you can feel her like almost like on the verge of like shaking as she's having this conversation. She's putting on a pretty good fucking front. That's about it.
I'm just going to whisper in her ear. Nothing worth doing is ever easy.
Or whatever. Just about it. She pushes away from you and says, "Alright, you fucking assholes. Either get on the ship now or start swimming." And she just like pushes past you onto the ship.
So what is gonna happen to the property?
I am going to stop them.
Can
Wait.
we load it onto the ship? I'm sorry.
Like, hold on, guys. We actually do need somebody to stay back.
If you all are choosing to stay with me, I am immensely humbled. But if you are going to stay with me, only some of you are going to be coming with us to Lunebruck. I have been watching you over the past week at the arena and at the ambush and outside of that. Not all of you are ready for what lies ahead. I think some of you should stay in Innsburg, the Society chapter house. Train for a bit. And then I need your expertise. I need you to be there for me when you're ready.
So who's staying-
Natari, Priona, Othis, and Atlas, you will be following me. Zuger, Ugark, and Princess, you will be staying in Innsburg. You'll be training and practicing for the trials that lie ahead.
No, not Princess. No, anyone but Princess.
Yeah, she like looks to the rope
Start
net
tearing
like
up.
she's been longingly waiting for it to carry her onto the ship. And it's just like,
I feel like you should have led with that rather than having the inspiring speech, have everyone join you, and then tell them not only you guys to keep going.
Oh, hold on, guys.
Despite all of this, know that I believe in all of you. I'm not doing this because I don't think you guys are worthy enough. I'm only doing this because I want you all to get out of this alive at the end of the day. And I want you to promise me all you will do your damnedest to stay alive through everything. All of you.
there's kind of a grumbling that goes through and just. So who's staying behind?
It's in the spreadsheet I have for my followers, but Zuger, Ugark, and Princess are staying behind. One rogue, one fighter, and the monk.
You just hear you watch Zuger as he like picks out his teeth and says, "I'm not gonna fucking die for this." Why the
I
hell
don't
would
expect
do
any.
that?
Good. Zuger, you are one of the more headstrong, but your anger can get the best of you sometimes. Before you come back, I need you to work on controlling your emotions. Yeah?
Whatever,
We've
man.
talked about this before, but this is life and death we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not an idiot. Thank you.
Give him a pat on the shoulder. You're smarter than most.
Make
All
sure
right.
to use your stipend to furnish the Dax house for when we come back.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll send you
Ask for
spiky.
fucking mattresses. Don't lay across the fucking box springs, you morons.
Yeah,
He comes back and they're all dead.
Nothing like leaving the three most dysfunctional members of the Dax crew all by themselves in a city.
They
In a
took
crack house,
quest to
by
kill some
themselves.
rats, and they just don't. They just all die.
Yeah.
we'll mail you some IKEA furniture. Remember to use the screws and not eat them.
That is why I am. I didn't mention this before, but I forgot to mention this before to you, Gray. But let's just say I like spoke to like a Valier Society member, and they're gonna look over them.
Yeah. There's somebody that would like lower level that would be able to take care of that.
Yeah,
Treat them
Alright.
sort of like mercenaries you bring in for smaller stuff.
pretty
Are we
much.
like second rung from the bottom though?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone lower level than us.
They're temps.
It's a janitor.
Whatever. Moving on.
They're seasonal.
Now, those that are remaining behind will bid you farewell. Some not so happily for different reasons. Some of which are really stupid.
Yes. I promise, Princess, you'll get on the ship soon.
You see you're like jumping in after us.
Yes, don't leave me.
Yeah, we look over and see Princess just like gnawing on the side of the dock.
Cassius, I don't think you need to shoot arrows at her to get her to stop swimming. So this, you know,
I've been traveling with this gnoll for 2 years. Trust me, this works.
she'll get
Those
tired on the
that are
road.
traveling with you
Yeah.
will take up. Basically, there's only enough rooms for you guys, so they'll probably be sleeping in hammocks, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but there's no privacy.
Actually, I'll let them like take my room. I'll actually sleep outside.
Okay.
That's like less room.
Trust
the
me,
rooms are
they
like-
are used to it.
No. Jesus.
Yeah.
I feel like you should probably be investigated by CPS or something.
They're
my best, man.
They get into the hammocks. This is the first time I haven't slept on a hard surface in months.
Yes.
Whose fault's that, you morons?
All he gave us was the bed frames.
Yeah. Where are the mattresses?
So,
Don't need them.
with that done, and with all your shit stacked up, the captain like pats Lugo on the shoulder and turns around, crosses the top deck to all of you. It's a dwarven man, and he just looks between you and says, "Ah,
I spit on him.
we ready to go?"
Rugamesh
Should
punches Sven for spitting on the dwarven man.
I don't spit on him.
You already said it in roleplay.
Damn.
I've managed to
Takes
get all the
silence
booze loaded
as a
up.
Yes,
I cast spike growth on the ship.
I would.
It counts as a plant, Gray.
We gotta wait until there's flying enemies nearby. They don't wanna.
Say again?
So that way they can't land.
That's
Say
right.
again, Bert?
Right, it specifically
Oh.
says that roots can turn into spikes, and I would argue that a ship is wood, so therefore my spike growth would
That's-
work.
That's like not even remotely the right part of the plant, but
Bare earth roots and rootlets act in the
Okay.
same way.
No, none of the above.
but yeah, I was just letting him know that I thought I got all the booze loaded up by now.
All right. It's going to be
Camera.
about 5 days before we get down to your change over at Vitter's Ferry. A couple days overland till you get to Gansdorft. Probably ride down to Felwick, unless you want to go all the way into Dockside or into the old docks. in Lunebruck. Good.
Sounds good.
I don't know.
All right. He turns and yells to his crew to cast off. And
Oh, hold on, actually.
no, shut up, Barry.
We use Sven as the anchor and pull him back up.
And,
What's that thing where pirates like scrape you against the barnacles on the underside of the ship? Anyways.
Mhm.
Keel
So
hauling?
keel hauling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Anyways, let's do that to Sven.
after that,
Spike
the
growth.
ship gets moving. You are traveling downstream, so it actually goes pretty quickly. It's cooler now that you're on the waves, but you know nightfall is just about to come, and really awkward time to get moving. But hey, it's a lot easier to move around. And I think we're gonna take a bit of a break here. We're gonna use a bathroom, have a bit of a snack, and
Oh, good.
we'll come back in maybe 10 to 15 minutes as you guys finally get underway. All right. See you guys after.
Yeah.
All right. See you in a
So-
bit.
Question
Bye-bye.
real quick.
Alright, and we are back. So, the party has finally boarded the ship, going down the River Aird towards the crossing at Vitter's Ferry so that they can finally get on their way down to Lunebruck. The first night starts off pretty quietly. You guys are able to watch as the city vanishes into the background, and then either retire to your own rooms or to your hammock, depending on where you've chosen to set up. You're afforded some amount of privacy, as well as a stateroom on a ship like this is going to grant you, really. Who was out in the hammocks again? Was that Daxius?
Yeah, I'm outside.
Okay. And who took the journal? Desmond Roth's journal.
Victor.
Okay.
Which, on that note, when we have some time, there are some things I'd like to discuss with the group, but they can wait until the morning if we're all a bit tired from today's affair. All right.
As we're a question as we're leaving off, do we see perhaps some forces mobilizing towards the Lutz estate?
Considering how high up on a cliff Innsburg is, and they have a pretty high curtain wall, you're not really going to see much of anything.
Okay.
You do see the lights coming up out over the walls, and there is that that hope that hopefully the raid is either ongoing or will start shortly. Depending, well, I guess you'll find out. Or not. Who knows? Considering the zero.
Maybe we'll get some mail.
Or you'll see in a newspaper. Lunebruck does have one. Anything else?
Not as far as immediate stuff.
Okay. It is probably at about 10 o'clock. I'm assuming most of you have retired to your own rooms because it has been a day. And then some. Thankfully, out on the river, the air is pretty cool. There's a breeze that's moving along with the ship, and the night sky brings some relief to the heat of the day. The hammocks don't afford you a view straight up into the sky for obvious reasons. I'm assuming people wouldn't want to be rained on when they're sleeping. And there are some other, crewmen that sleep kind of in the same area. There's a decent amount of people who remain active, making sure the tiller doesn't turn and drag you all ashore. Otherwise, the ship is pretty self-sustaining. So it's about 10 o'clock when you see a small portal open and the same creature come out. You probably only notice it because you can hear a bit of the noise and then the patter of claws off of weathered wood. She goes back, grumbling to herself, towards the doors where the people are back in their room, kind of checks it, this one, that one, the other, comes to one and finally... Birch, you hear something scratching on the other side of the door like a cat that wants into your room, and it's first just a tit tit tit, and then it's tit 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 tit.
Ugh. Who the hell brought animals on this ship? Just go out.
As soon as
Yes?
the door is open wide enough, she basically pushes, squirms her way into the room. Gets into the room and then turns and drops the tube down onto the ground. Second. She then looks up to you and says, "Well, there it is. Looking finally. Moving target and all, what the hell?
What do you mean? And not. I just pick up the tube, and I'm like, "What is this?"
Well, don't you recognize me? I'm the post girl, and that's male.
I
love her.
not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Break the seal and start unrolling it.
I've made a letter available just to you.
Ooh.
Cool. Well, I assume it might have taken you a while to get here, so if you'd like, I just opened a bottle of Applejack. It's a sour, but I do have a, well, normal one, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I'll take whatever you have, because it's been a long fucking day, and this isn't the only stop that I've made.
Yep, I just go and search around in my stuff a little bit until I finally find, like, a bowl or something. And pour it in there.
Yeah, and she'll take
And
it as you open the letter. The letter is rolled up into like the wooden tube. The parchment seems to be pretty nice. It's clean. And when you open it up, like it says at the top, it's written in a very fine hand, like a very fancy. Whoever wrote this is very accustomed to, I guess, what do you call it, calligraphy or penmanship. Yeah.
But how am I supposed to visit this place? Oh. Maybe I just fall asleep and hope for the best, really. Looking at the pretty much full mug, Fernix just slams back about half of it. Not that I was going to be staying up abnormally late tonight, but I suppose I must call it early. Let's see. And yes, I know, if you die in a dream, you die in real life. That's how it works. Last I checked, in theory anyway. Well, it seems I am expected to send a letter back, although it will have to be after tonight, concerning the information.
Something tells me I don't think he necessarily needs one. He'll figure it out.
Oh. Well, sure. I don't consider it an open invitation, but sure, if there's something to be pulled from my mind, then by all means. If that's the most convenient method, I'm not going to turn up my nose at the thought.
She's finished like the bowl by now and says, "All right, well, if there's anything else you need, ask someone else. Open the door, please."
Oh, it's I just go over to it and pull the handle back. Wasn't going to shut you in here.
Yeah, it really sucks not having thumbs. She just like squeezes out.
I just
Good
wave
night.
my left hand, and I'm like, I can identify with that. Good night.
She like stood like Daxis. You watch her come back, kind of looking as annoyed as she went the other way, but maybe not nearly as bad.
Just sort of bewildered watching it. I don't really say or do anything. It was just kind of like a shock of like, you're here now.
Mm-hmm. She does at least notice because you're the only person moving. Like gets out onto the storage deck, kind of meets your eyes and says, "The plot thickens, eh?" And then opens a portal and steps through.
Okay, great conversation, dick. And I just continue fucking whittling away at something I was doing in the hammock. Fucking piece of shit.
Daxius, the book that you left in my quarters.
Yes.
I might need some help speed reading the last half.
All right, fine. Things down.
I haven't had a chance to page through it myself, but I was called upon just now. I say, waving the piece of paper. To,
Is that what that was about?
That strange dreamlike occurrence that wasn't really a dream I had before. Yes. And apparently I have to go back into it. The issue being I have no idea how the hell I did it in the first place, so it will be a yes. Possibly this section, where was it?
I think I know where you're
Dreamwalking.
talking. It's
Yes,
further towards the back, yeah.
Right. Well, I'm not really experienced in doing that sort of thing. Most of the unusual folks that I've talked to are perfectly real and just in a different plane of existence than ours. So,
Are you trying to, would you like me to attempt to infiltrate your dream, or? I don't, honestly, I've been trying to read through it. I don't think I can do it, but I can try.
it would be. I don't suppose that it would harm anything.
Alright, I'll give it a go.
But I'm going to. Well, last time I tried concentrating on the ion, and it didn't really seem to affect anything. So,
In the dream, you mean?
well, I was going through what my actions were the previous night when I originally experienced the dream, and it didn't seem like I really had I hadn't done anything. And it was really just in my room. I had made contact with it. Sometimes that can spark certain things, but I tried that again a later night and it didn't seem to affect it, so...
Well, maybe now that you've gotten this letter, maybe it's opened some kind of entranceway for you in a way? Maybe you're able to contact this person again now that you've received this.
Well, it's not from one of the people in the
In the dream.
in the metal. Yes. If it was, I would be flabbergasted as to how that sort of communication happened. But yes. So I'm going to try to knock myself out pretty much immediately.
Alright. I can keep watch over you during the night. See if anything happens.
As in, like, I wouldn't mind if you checked in, but you don't need to stand over my bed or anything.
Alright, easier for me.
Good.
Alright.
Because it would probably prevent me from falling asleep even after a full bottle of mead.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mhm.
But,
Speaking of which, sour or sweet, I've managed to open both.
I gotta say, I'm much more of a sour guy.
I mean, they said that the granny apples were particularly good this year, so why not? Get a mug or something.
Oh, I've got this stein that I won once, and I pull out the 18-inch stein I have in my bag.
Oh shit!
Hell yeah, it's a fucking thing of beauty.
I'm good. Be more than happy to top you off there.
Go. Fill up my cup. You cheersing to anything?
Well, hopefully this trip goes well enough. So, to that.
To a good trip.
Boink.
Good shit.
Good.
Y'all blinking in there?
Oh, always.
We are. You caught me. Again.
I'm gonna say
And speaking of which-
not very thick.
Yes.
Speaking of which, do you want any mead? I got some that
No.
isn't cloyingly sweet, and I've got some that is cloyingly sweet.
No, I need to stay sober.
What?
A dwarf staying sober? I've never heard of such a thing.
But we're on a ship. Like, half the excuse for this was just to get drunk for 2 weeks, I thought.
I've got retraining and jewelry making to do, and it's not like I get pissed drunk every night like other people in this party.
That's fired.
I greatly disagree with this.
All right, Sven.
I just
I
knocked
bet
on the
this-
wall. Shut up and go to bed, Sven.
Oh.
You're
I was gonna be
fucked
like,
up.
if Sven has a cup, I'll take it and gently fill it with...
Right.
Did anyone
Here
make
for
sure he
everyone.
doesn't have alcohol poisoning?
No, that's impossible.
For Sven, maybe.
So you'll be able to access that whenever you feel you're ready for that.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I'll go for it tonight, or if not, then soonest convenient.
Okay.
Just in case anything goes wrong, I'll just hang out outside your door if that's not uncomfortable.
That should be fine. It's
Alright.
mainly the presence of another looking at me that would set me on edge the most.
Fair
But I
enough.
suppose and I'm not planning on getting blackout drunk, but a nice buzz would be probably helpful.
Enough, yeah. Just hope that your intoxication doesn't blend into the dream world.
Oh, right. I did forget about that. It hasn't been that long since I got drunk, but
Wait, does it go into the dream world? You're the only one with the experience on this.
it depends.
Depending on
I'd
the
assume if you're really-
substance.
Yes. If you're really drunk, it's probably going to affect everything. Certainly,
yeah.
Makes sense.
I
certainly
forgot about that.
boils your insides.
Oh joy.
The inside
Well,
boiler.
on that joyous note, I wish I could offer some great wisdom, but this is beyond me. I hope this goes well.
Mhm. Same here. I'll just hope for the best.
Good luck. No.
Mhm.
Go behind me.
Oh, and of course, in the hold, all of the crates and whatnot with the bottles in them. Feel free to have any
Oh
that
fuck
you
yeah.
prefer.
I'll see how I'm feeling throughout the night.
And same goes for the rest of you, who are still able to suss out what I'm saying, at least.
Oh, they've already gotten into it.
Oh, good. That's what I got it for.
Awesome.
Well, then, Daxius, I'll see you on the morrow. I'm gonna try to read through this, and admittedly, the first half is a little bit more exciting, so I'm gonna just read on the second half, and it'll probably put me to sleep before too long.
Yeah, it's put me to sleep quite a few nights before. It's very good at that. Sweet dreams.
Sweet.
Appreciate it.
Give me a knowledge arcana.
It's gonna be like as soon as he leaves, I just bam, give myself one of the old temple punches and knock myself unconscious.
Perfect. You could have just gotten Grugamesh while he was still here to do that.
Oh, that's a pretty good fucking pass. So yeah,
Holy fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
you're able to get
Jesus.
through a decent chunk of it actually.
Nice.
Enough that you're able to determine that a lot of the rear half of the instruction manual does kind of turn its attention towards what relates to the dream world. You will be getting some spells once you finish up the section, so which you can then share with Daxius when necessary.
Nice.
You're getting into a point where
Right.
it's actually explaining some of the rituals meant to part the veil into the world of dreams, some of which are really fucking complicated and often require a lot of weird ingredients and the participation of multiple and your sleep.
Oh,
You hear the noise of the bar again. You don't hear the same argument that was going on the last time you were here, but as you like open your eyes and sit up, you see that like not much has really changed. The same individual whom you I guess, had an experience with previously. Just a second. Back up here, I think it was. Fernix. Kind of recognizes you and just kind of has that look of, oh, you're back.
I just sort of look around and I'm like, well, I give myself the old pat down. And then I look at my arm and I'm like, oh, I must be asleep. This wore off like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Hi again.
Yeah. There again.
What did that note say? I just start looking in my cloak and everything, and I'm like, oh, right. Of course I wouldn't have a copy of it. How have you been? About the same?
Living the fucking dream.
I received a message from someone who I've never spoken with before about you and this place, and I do know that we were supposed to go out. Have you tried that?
Not really. Doesn't look like there's much of anything out there.
Well, I suppose it's worth another try.
He just gestures with the two arms on his right side towards the exit, which seems through the windows to lead out onto a street.
I'll go over to it. Is there a handle on this door?
It's push bar. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just look at it like it's somewhat unfamiliar, but at least I'm like just push, open up.
It goes open,
Peek out.
and you expect that there to be like a parking lot or something like that on the outside. Obviously, whatever you see through the windows, but it opens up into a hallway. Very quiet. Not super decorated, painted sort of an off-white. Floor's probably stone or linoleum or tile or something like that, something hard. And a glance up in both directions shows it is lined with a decent amount of doors. All different sizes, all different shapes, all different purposes, most of which are barred from the outside.
I look back over at Terex. Would you mind coming over and just telling me if you see this hallway here?
He looks through and says, yeah, it's... Fuck? He stands up and goes, like, to leave, and it's like he hits a wall. Just bangs up against fucking nothing. Fuck. Ugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. It does seem like it's probably connected to me then in some way.
I guess.
Well, I do feel like at least I have a better grasp of this, so I'll let you know what I'm able to find out.
Ain't got anywhere else to go. And he kind of just raises all four arms, kind of backs up, and goes back towards the bar where all the liquor is stacked up. I was saying somebody come back again. I thought that was a one-off.
Hopefully not. If you don't hear from me after this, I might have opened a wrong door or something, but should be 121 from what I was remembering. So, hopefully not.
Good luck.
Thank you. And I'll proceed outwards after that and just kind of gently close the door behind myself. I'm like, I almost wish I hadn't asked you.
Closes. It becomes really quiet. Like the noise gone. You don't hear a single damn thing through it.
Alright.
You
I
can
guess
see, because it is a glass door, you can see inside and see where he's sitting at the bar.
Yeah. I'm just gonna assume that he can't see me, but I'll try to see what number is on the door if there is one, and then if there's, ascending, descending.
It doesn't seem to be. Nothing seems to be really numbered. At least, like, there's no, like, plaque around the door or on it or something like that. And you look up one direction, you look up the other direction, and it seems to be kind of 6 one, half dozen the other.
Oh. Well, wander I shall then. Same as it ever was.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, with that, I'll start going, I guess, to the right, because why not?
Okay.
I'll just try to remember where that door was to use it as a landmark if I need one.
Okay. So, you begin moving. And doors do pass, like, on side. There doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason. There's no equal length. There's no equal size. Most of them that you do pass are, like, barred. There's nothing really much going on. But you do see a lot of them are usually wooden. Some of them are metal. Some of them are glass. But the glass panes are spray painted black. You do finally, after about maybe half a minute of walking, come across a door that is unbarred. It is a pretty simple, like, metal steel door. There does not appear to be a visible handle to it.
And any signage?
Yes, actually. This one is numbered 37A, and the sign on the door reads Intensive Surgery.
I did say not to open it, but I just go, well, it's not as though I've always done everything I was told, right? And I put my ear up to the door to try to listen through it.
Give me a perception.
Big money, no Emmys. Come on.
You're able to hear a lot of machinery beeping, like a lot of noises beeping. Obviously, you as a player wouldn't recognize that, but you as a character, but you as a player would. You also hear like voices chattering, and you just hear, "Get it in him, clear, bang! Get it in him, clear, bang! Get it in him, clear, bang!" Just seeming to repeat every about 5 to 10 seconds.
I back away from the door, and I'm like, let's see. What did it say again about that? Well, exercising due caution. I tip the edge of the door open, and I just kind of peek inside.
So as you go to like actually like try to open it, the door like Star Trek's open, going into the wall, like
I
almost
jump back.
instantly. And
that shit-
inside,
I'm sure Fernix has never seen before in his life.
No, fucking Star Trek
Automatic door.
And inside, you do see what appears to, as a player you would recognize as a surgical unit, where in the center somebody is having some sort of procedure done to them. However, it seems that they are crashing. There are several people standing around it, all the same kind of creature that you interacted with, the same as Terex. Two of them kind of look very similar to one another. The third, however, is dressed in much nicer clothes, face covered. And he's the one that pushes one of them away, says, "All right, get it in him." And you see one of the I guess, nurses, more or less, on the other side leap forward and put something into the one lying on the table's chest. Cries, "Clear!" And then puts both of the paddles down onto its body. You hear the bang, and the whole body, like, goes up a little bit before settling down. He takes, and it's almost like it plays in reverse, where body goes up, back down. He pulls it back, rubs it. The nurse pulls whatever it is out of his chest. They move back, and the same scene then resumes. Clear, bang. Clear, bang.
Yep. And it's just them, right?
Yep. Just them.
Oh shit.
They do not see you. Even though one of them should be able to see you, they do not see you.
Yeah, I kind of go around and I'm like looking over at the one who's on the table. Seeing if he's aware or cognizant or anything.
Doesn't seem like it. He's let's just say he's got a hole in his chest.
Yeah. And I'm just like, if that's what was preserved, perhaps it's a mercy he's not able to talk or realize this has been happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like not even sure if doing magic would make a difference at this point. And this is not what I was asked to do. So I'm gonna just put a pin in this. And write on my hand 37A to try and remember it. And I'll leave and go back to the hallway.
Yep, closed door, Star Trek's open, allowing you out, and as soon as you're out, maybe about 5 or 10 seconds, it shuts.
Oof. Well, so far so good. Now let's see what the hell the rest of this is.
You pass multiple other doors, only coming across 2 further along the way before reaching what you hopefully would assume is your destination. The first appears to be a rather simple wooden door. The second is a similar door to the one leading into the surgical unit, marked 12435, and the door otherwise is plain.
Okay. I guess I'll try listening at this one too.
The metal door?
Yeah.
Give me perception. Much lower check.
Cool. How did this listening thing
Thank
work
God
again?
you can't crit fail skill checks.
Usually I can hear better if I yell loud.
You hear loud bangs on the other side and the shearing of metal. It is very, very clear.
That does sound dangerous. I still obviously don't know what the mechanism is by which the door opens, but I'll kind of like reach forward and move my arm back, and I'll try to step to the side of the door as I see it open, just to get myself out of the way.
You do. You're able to not anticipate it, but you do see like when it starts to move, and you're able to move. From inside, you hear what sounds like talking for a second, and then a loud explosion followed by a shitload of more of them. You feel something sucking through the doorway, like pulling things in the hallway towards it. It is pretty powerful. From where you're standing, you're able to brace yourself against the door frame, and after about maybe 10 seconds, it stops.
Oh God.
And then replays.
Close, damn you! I start waving my arm in the doorway again because I have no idea how to
Close it.
get this door to close.
Your
Yeah.
arm gets sucked in a little bit, and finally, when it stops, you you do. It feels like something is grabbing you, and when it finally stops, you're let go, and your body kind of flies into the hallway, and the door shuts.
Oh. Is that a massive air differential? Well, I don't really want to know right now. Oh, fuck. Well, I look over at the wooden door, and I'm like, by comparison, maybe they were warning me about something like that, but I don't know if I want to test my luck again. Fuck. I go over to it and listen at that one.
Give me another perception.
If it's exploding, I'm not going to open it.
You don't hear much of anything. You hear like kind of slow, soft melodies, kind of muffled even through the door. Kind of sounds of a rumble here and there as something happens.
Yeah, I'll chance it. This one's got a handle, I'm presuming, so I'll just.
It's not the kind
first.
you're accustomed to, but yes, it does.
Oh.
This door opens inward, so away from you.
Boink.
You open the door and you can hear the sound of music. Not that kind. Playing from somewhere. One theater nerd is enough in this fucking stream, so I knew better. It's soft, melodious, almost plaintive. And you are dumped out onto what looks like an alleyway. It's dark. A lot of bright light shining from above you where windows are placed into towering concrete buildings. At the end of both one way, you see something fly by making that rumbling noise. And on the other side, somebody comes out of another door, calls back, yeah, I'll get you in a second, stumbles across, puts both of their arms up on and pukes up against the building. Just loud retching. They're dressed in pretty, loose clothes. He stands up, wipes his face, and then it plays in reverse.
Ugh.
Yes, all of it.
Yeah. Probably have seen some shit, but not like that. That is where, for a second, or maybe about half of one, looking at that fascinated, and then just nope, I'm not watching that anymore.
This instant regret.
Oh gosh.
All right.
And I guess I'll look over at the direction where I hear the noise coming from. Try and see if I can see what it is that's doing that.
It moves by pretty quickly. Lights precede it, and then just a dark form, maybe about as high as you, but pretty fucking long, goes past, making the noise. And then, obviously, when it plays in reverse, you see it go back the other way.
Interesting. I wonder what that could be. Looks almost, it looks like some sort of mechanism. But, I fooled around enough. I head back through the door, and I'll, go down the rest of the hallway.
You finally do come to the door that you were told of. It is a set of double doors, entirely glass. There are no handles set into it. It looks like it's set up much like the other two that operated by proximity. Inside, you were able to see a very nice hallway and office kind of off to the right. The floors and walls in here seem to be stone, crisscrossed with some metal. Lighting comes from crystals that are recessed up into the ceilings. You do see some people like moving around in the hallway. Creatures much like you've seen in all the other doors. One of them definitely looks more feminine than the others, and despite her like walking like right towards you, she doesn't see you. She comes to the door and like almost she should exit like out into the hallway, but the door doesn't open, and she just sort of passes into the doorway without ever going through anything.
Well, I guess I'll follow after her.
Well, you'll be going against her because she walks right up to the door that you're to enter through,
Oh.
and does not come out in the hallway. Door doesn't even open.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I guess I'm going in after her.
The door opens once again. You know, you do one of these, and the supermarket door open. You step into the hallway. It is well air conditioned in here. It's cool, but it's not uncomfortable. It's dry without being oppressive. There are art pieces that are hanging on the wall, and you can kind of hear a bit of noise. The door pushes shut behind you, and you look over your shoulder, and you're able to see out into a hallway, which is not the one that you entered from. People go by in both directions, mostly dressed in very plain-looking gray and blue outfits.
Well, I guess I'd better make myself familiar with this one. At least it's not exploding. And, yep, what was that one? Administrative services?
Yep, 121, administrative service. Administrative services.
Yep. I, head in a little bit further, just, glancing in the offices and stuff like that, if there's any windows.
You go down the hallway. It does like terminate maybe a good 100 feet down, if even that. Probably more like 60. There is another one of those creatures sitting at a desk outside, like typing at something. Doesn't acknowledge you, doesn't look up. There's another set of double doors which look in on an actual pretty solid office. It is a large pedestal desk in the center, bookshelves across left and right. There is a comfortable sitting area. You can see where drinks and food are served. And you can see where a single individual wearing a large, nice suit stands back towards you. All four of his arms folded into the back, the small of his back, as he looks out the window on the other side, which is floor to ceiling, wall to wall, and looks down on a planet.
Yep, I look in at him, and then I shift my gaze to looking at the door again, and I'm like, right. And I go to knock on it, and I'm assuming that the motion causes the door to open, and so I jump back.
Yeah.
Like, ugh. How do you prevent someone from just getting caught in this stupid thing?
Proximity senses, my dear boy. Please enter. Took you long enough.
I do so, and still am like holding my tail forward, importantly, because I'm still like, even if you say that, I'm not dealing with whatever the fuck would happen.
You're a couple steps away before it finally closes. You're thinking maybe your tail would have been caught in it.
Yeah, I'm still holding my cloak. I just sort of toss it back behind myself. Well, fancy meeting you here.
Well, I am the one who sent the missive. He turns like to show you. He's definitely bigger than Terex will be, all three. He's also of a much finer build, disposition, I suppose. Kind of regal, very square. Still very draconic in a way, but like stronger chin, larger muzzle, that kind of thing. The suit that he's wearing is double-breasted and seems to have medals that go across part of the left breast, as well as basically brooms that run down the shoulders. I know there's a term for that kind of
Mhm.
information, but for the life of me, can't remember it at the moment. Either way,
Yeah, the one
it
with
signifies rank.
the wiggly things.
hmm
Hmm.
His eyes are pretty bright as they kind of look towards you and says, "Well, you can come in. I don't think I'm going to bite you."
Oh, I'd rather you didn't. And yeah, I come in a little bit further and just sort of stand around, like looking at the apartment as appropriately gobsmacked because it's a room full of shit that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Uh, how how did you end up getting the letter to me? Dorian, was it?
Yes, I sent it through a intermediary. I'm hoping she didn't bite you.
No, but she did seem like she was wishing that she didn't have to do that sort of thing.
Yes, and when she's in that kind of mood, she very much prefers to bite people.
Oh, well, thankfully, no bite marks. Uh, wh- I suppose what is this about is the first question that was on my mind. But how much are you aware of as far as well, everything?
You're referring to what is happening at your present time, not in this realm?
Right.
Quite well, actually. Only a few of us
Oh,
are,
good.
but there are a few of us that are.
It does seem like there's quite a few stuck in, well, unfortunate circumstances, shall we say.
Purgatory. Yes.
What I suppose I was trying to figure out what all of this is exactly. I know that it's connected with the iron in some way, and I believe Terex had said it was a material that you were made from.
That we were born from, yes. What you
Ah,
refer to as stone is not quite as such, but I wouldn't call it metal or flesh either. It's sort of an in-between. More beings of energy than matter exist sort of in between.
so it's I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to call it exactly. Like a primordial clay, except more of a primordial metal.
Refer to it as you will. It makes no difference to I or anyone else here. We are very long dead.
Hmm. Well, I suppose there isn't much that I'm aware of that I can do about that, but
No, and truly the reason I wanted to actually see you was for one of a few small reasons. He lifts his one arm up and glances at it. Time works very funny here. Sometimes things move rather quickly, and sometimes they can drag on for an eternity. I don't think we have a lot of time this night. I'm sure we'll reconvene at a different time. But
Mhm.
I just wanted to explain to you that it would be in your best interest to keep possession of what you have. And secondly, that I do believe we've seen each other. Well, I've seen you before. He kind of gestures towards the window. Through someone else's eyes, but more than enough. Funny the way it is. Things move in circles.
Huh. Interesting. What do you recall?
I recall chasing out some individuals from a place that they very much should not have been, and then making sure no one was able to find it again.
I don't know if that's happened yet.
Been about 10 years, I believe. Maybe closer to 12. Maybe longer, actually. Time's very funny.
Well, if you would have seen me, then what does that mean? I guess I'm looking for more details. This wasn't the gauntlet.
No, not at all. He kind of looks at his watch again. Give me a will save.
Boo. There it is.
Okay. He looks back up and says, "No, not from there. And I do believe that we are very much running out of time. It was very long ago, at least in your perspective. Time is unusual here. I believe you were working for another group of individuals who happened to come across something rather valuable and rather dangerous, and it was up to a maybe not mutual acquaintance, simply somebody that I know, to prevent anything too catastrophic from coming from it. Although I know there must have been some kind of cost. There always is."
A cost. Then what would that have been exactly?
Give me another will save.
Mhm.
The man that we seized who happened to go down into the tunnels, I believe ended up dead. Not by our hands. Close enough, though.
Of course. Then I suppose I want to know why. What it was that was being protected, or what claimed my master's life.
The creature standing opposite you, the pedestal death, kind of reaches up and does like one of these and says, "Perhaps in time. Just know that well, things are in movement in a way that I can't really influence, not directly at least. And I believe his name is Lawrence, correct?
Yes.
That's what the others cried when my associate wrapped his hands around your master's throat and told him it was in his best interest to make sure that they didn't come down.
I see.
What they found was very dangerous, very old, and generally left out of the control of individuals like those yourself and your master served at that time, wittingly or otherwise. Give me another will save. Okay.
Yeah.
You've been feeling like the pull of like exhaustion, like obviously like you're at the edge of waking up, and you've managed to hold on this entire time. More or less, what he found was something that really shouldn't have been, and should stay that way. And that even in the 10 years since, people are still looking for. But I think that might be a tale for another time. He glances to his arm once again and says, "Until next time. Good morning to you."
Good morning.
You feel as if like the room turns with him standing at the top, nothing moving, and a feeling of falling as the scene pulls away into the darkness, and you kind of crash into your own bed and wake up.
Blah. I do the weird shit where you wake up, but your body like pushes you down, so it feels like you got like slammed onto the bed, and just wake up and I'm like, fuck. Oh, it was under my nose the whole fucking time? Oh, shit. And that's where I'll leave it.
Yep. It'll take you a bit of time to try and make another trip. So, the next 2 weeks pass unusually for you. What you share with others of what you have seen is up to you.
I'll share it as best I can. And then also be like, you know, talking about the stuff that I thought before, which was that, you know, my master was killed over trying to keep some shit secret. When before I had thought that, you know, I didn't know why, and that it just might have been a place where the thing that we were looking for, not to name specifics, I think that might have been that. It's entirely possible. And this guy seemed to have realized something that happened then from another person's perspective.
Well, shit. That's not ideal, but at least could give us some insight.
Hopefully. I mean, who knows if it's still there? It's been a decade. But I assume it's a pain in the ass to move, so.
Still worth investigating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can go back to this place?
Ideally. It does feel like, well, it takes a toll on something. Almost like even if I was in the best physical condition, it's like some sort of mental alembic needs to fill up, and then at that point, it should be possible.
Right. Well, next time you can, I'll see if I can crack this this book and see if maybe I can help out next time.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
May as well.
Yeah, continue.
Oh, well, it's worth a shot anyway. But yes, I suppose I would like to busy myself with other things. I'm going to be thinking about this until we're off of the ship, and then afterwards.
Indeed. Well, if you wish to read through before the book, I'm currently busying myself with, well, whittling, essentially, at this point. So I won't be needing it for a few days, but I do plan on taking that back from you at some point.
Feel free anytime.
All right.
Yep.
Alright.
Is the whole group here?
I didn't think so. I thought we were all in our rooms except for you and Fernix.
Oh, I didn't know if this was like you
I
were telling
heard
everyone.
I get out my big crook and I pull everyone into the same room so that they heard that retroactively.
All right, now you can all go to bed. Well, as long as we're sharing information, I did pick up a letter a little while back that could be useful to us.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's anything else you'd like to discuss on this subject.
No.
Okay.
What's in the letter?
Well, quite a lot, actually. I got this as just a little bit of a side token while I was working a few nights ago. And it was a letter to a high-ranking Valier Society member. And the author of it seems to be an informant of this member. Apparently they were spying on a group known as the Chasers. These Chasers fellows, who I don't know who they are. I've never heard of them.
Everybody give me a knowledge local.
Maybe I have heard of them. Why is that?
Untrained.
I think everybody has. Maybe Fernix has just fell out of your brain. The Chasers are the Shadow Chasers. They're an organization belonging to the Church of Leliana. They're sort of like... They kind of do a similar role as the Valier Society mixed with the Sworn of Azarian, but they're generally more on the good side, as in trying to do good rather than inflict order.
Hmm.
Which can mean that they do dumb, probably illegal shit. As long as it's for the greater good.
Explains why I have no fucking idea who they are. But, these, Shadow Chasers, you said they were called?
Yeah.
They're, I wasn't talking to God, I was talking to Fernix. They're apparently monitoring activity beneath... I'm probably gonna butcher this with this. Wetterstrom? That they say might be related to drow or Duragar activity, but seems like unlikely.
Dogger, you mean?
Duragar. Dwager. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Dwager. I thought it was Duragar.
I don't know why my brain thought of Skyrim Undead.
I think there's the Draugr are like Finnish or Norse thing, and then the Duergar are like a German thing that sounds similar enough that it's probably some shit that they heard, and then they're like, I don't like that, I'm gonna make up my own thing.
I believe that. But most importantly, these chasers are maintaining a magical seal around a forest. They didn't specify what forest, but just some forest by some mountains that they apparently are guarding, quote, a dead world and those who can't move on. That is very sus to me. Apparently they don't let anyone inside this forest. The chasers chase anyone off.
Yes.
As in undead, or?
I don't know. They don't let anyone in. That I assume they don't let anyone out either, if anything is getting out.
The description, I would assume it's somewhere in the north in the Gravelands.
Quite possibly, that was my thought, but it could also be...
Can I roll a knowledge geography to know where that is?
The the Wetterstern?
Yeah, what is the name? Is that the name of the forest?
That's not the name of the forest.
It's the name of the mountain range.
Ah.
Can I?
Where is that?
Yep. You as a character you as a player can open up the Volcaria Magna map and use your eyes.
I'm looking.
Wetterstern starts with a W, by the way.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Because it's German.
Mhm.
That's how W's are pronounced
Yeah.
there.
How dare
Yeah,
you?
W is V.
Double V? Double A?
Oh yeah, in case you imbeciles didn't know,
No, it's speaking right to
V
you.
starts. Okay.
I'm not...
I don't freaking see it.
It's west of
Neither do-
Lunebruck. Between Lunebruck and Elmhart.
Oh, is it the smaller
not-
range?
In the
Yeah, it's
Volcaria
not-
Magna map.
Oh, I was looking
Not
at the
the
big world map.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at the world map. That's the problem. No one was. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I see it now.
Yes. Ah. Oh, why?
Oh,
What the fuck?
sorry.
Now it. I saw it for but a moment.
Yeah, going back to Innsburg.
Okay, that's
Be there another few
why.
weeks.
Hold on, guys, I left something back there.
Kevin.
Sean!
We left Lugo.
This does worry me though, because the only two forests that are by the Wetterstrom are either the one by Lunebruck and Oxenberg, which is doesn't have a name.
Nope.
But it's in the Principality of Carrick Ulstein, or on the other side near in that where Elmahart is another forest.
That forest.
That
is
forest.
The Elfenwald.
Yes, that forest is has a lot of history behind it. So if I was to take a guess, it's probably that one on the other side of the mountains, on the west side. But either way, they say a little more about the place. They say that the forest is it's something about a magic seal that's cursed, and those who...
Weird. Normally seals are found north of here.
I'm not really sure, but...
No, I'm sorry. That was an out-of-game joke.
Sven's not going to wake up tomorrow.
He's dreaming about clubbing seals. Was his old job way back when.
Something that...
They look suspiciously like gnomes.
Oh god, oh no. Don't let Sven anywhere near them. Apparently, also, anyone who has gone into the forest apparently doesn't show back up for weeks or even months at a time. Which is very, alarming.
There's a letter available to you again.
Okay.
Which I thought I gave, but oh well.
You did, but I think you took it away after a bit because I put the letter back.
Mm-hmm.
But while I had it, I wrote down a shit ton.
Okay.
What else? Those who enter, if they exit at all, apparently most don't even come back if they enter. Apparently a local noble went in. Does the name Torwachter mean anything to anyone?
Does it?
Give me a knowledge local, and also it's Torvachter.
Or Torvachter.
Torvachter.
I'm actually, because I should have done this in my last roll, but after rolling a 2, I'm not doing it again. I'm actually going to use because it's been a day and we've rested.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my Lore Master feat that I have now.
All right.
And take 10.
Okay. Or if you prefer Torwatcher, because that name does translate. Yes, you're able to know that, like it says in the letter, that the individual is told that the noble is in Lunebruck, and contacts in Lunebruck say that he's out here. Torvacher is a name of a noble house within Lunebruck. They do have a manor there. Not a very big one, but one that's well placed.
Well, apparently it says this guy, this noble, apparently he's in Littlebrook at a place called the Push Daisies. So if we ever have the time, and if we're ever planning on investigating any of that, on top of everything, all the other shit we have to do, it could be worth questioning.
That was my fault. The sentence is supposed to read, was told he was in Lunebruck at the Push Daisies, meaning the Push Daisies is where he was told that the noble should be in Lunebruck. So that is the name of the pub in wherever this is in the forest.
Okay. Gotcha. So there's a pub in the forest. We can go there, and it actually sounds like a good time.
A little me interested.
And that's not all. Apparently, there is a graveyard just outside of this magic seal. Apparently, it's very hard to find. Local villagers apparently just refuse to acknowledge his existence. but apparently the person who wrote this either is talking like they've been there or knows someone who's been there. So they talk about it like it's important. I have to go through the actual letter again, but
Yeah.
Alright, actual letter. Letter from yours truly. Yeah, one last thing. I've been told of a graveyard just outside Magic Seal, without society training, unlikely to find it. Found meticulously kept, fastidious in its cleanliness, almost abnormal, no signs or traces of magic. Villagers refused to acknowledge it and began to spin grand stories regarding it. Useless, regardless, I'm keeping my eye on the area. Looking for another way into the mountains without going through the forest. That's the last thing one of the last things I wanted to cover about this whole thing. So apparently this informant, not related to the chasers at all, they're trying to get into the mountains through this forest. I don't know why, and they don't say in for what, but apparently something's there. It'd be worth looking into in the future. But that does worry me.
Does sound like a very much future thing, however.
It's still something I wanted you all to be aware of. It's nothing of like right now importance. We have other things we have to get to anyways. Most importantly, Vic's mentor. But this could come up in the future, in case you guys hear anything else. I think that's more or less it for that letter. Let's do a quick double check through it. I think it's pretty much all the information I got from that letter, but it's worrying. I also was going through the letters that we found with the drow, and I haven't made any major connections, but there's one thing that popped out to me, that a name that I remember hearing about from Siren. Rakshar, the Lich King. You guys remember him?
Yeah, I know of him, yes.
Sure.
There was the letter from the fox, who... Let me find it. They say, we shall no longer be waiting for the rise of Rakshar from his dead city prison, nor shall we herd the sheep and fight amongst each other. So apparently, whoever these guys were, they've been looking for an opportunity to do something bad to the world for a while. They were waiting for a fucking Lich King to arise, of all things, until some other opportunity went their way. But this name also came up in a letter that was that we got from Siren. I think this was in her own Vardo before we took it. To the dark folk, the undead, and those among the impressors of usurpers, we keep the peace. We care little for the supposed power of those who sit and wait for the return of Rakshar, or for the unending hordes of mankind, blah, 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 blah. That was a letter from the Ragged Tooth Clan chiefs. So whoever these two organizations are, they're not talking directly, and they don't know everything. It's just a connection I noticed. It may not be important, but there's a lot of working pieces at play, and even if it helps fill a tiny puzzle piece, it's just something I noticed. That's all for me. I hope that helps.
Can you repeat that? No, I'm kidding.
We can talk about it later.
Yeah.
Well, if it comes up, I suppose it'll be good to have known ahead of time.
I suppose that we should be figuring out what exactly we're doing once we get to Lunebruck. Aside from... I mean, are we simply going there to meet with his... I gesture to Vic. His mentor?
My internet died for a second, so I missed some of that.
I was saying, like, we should figure out what exactly we're doing once we get to Lunebruck. Like, are we simply meeting with your mentor, or do we have other plans? Like, what are all of our goals?
I think we have quite a few things on the docket. I'd look to Vic.
Perfect. Yes.
Probably best we get there first.
No, we need to talk about it more. In a couple more sessions, just discussing.
So.
Yeah, so let's have 4 sessions on this boat.
Mm-hmm.
The
You
boat
have
arc.
time. It is the 5 days until you get down to the ferry. It's a couple days over land with the Vardell. Nothing really leaps out at you. Fernix, you're unfortunately not able to reach back into the world of dreams again. And you're able to get down into the River Renner. Hiring another boat, which is going to cost you another 400 gold.
Another? I thought this was for the whole trip.
That was for hiring a boat down to Witter's Ferry. Unless you're going to figure out a way to walk the boat up over several hundred miles of land and into the River Renner.
We can do it.
I mean, I could roll strength if you need me to.
You could probably just carry everything.
So,
I feel like that was a pretty good roll.
All right, hold on. You only have a plus
multiply that carrying
5.
capacity by 8.
Hold on.
so you are able to get the
Rage the whole way.
retraining done that you wanted to accomplish. Research done if you want to. Give me another Knowledge Arcana, both Fernix and Daxius, since I believe you'll be helping.
Is this for the book?
Yep.
In that case, I'm going to use my once a day. Where'd it go? My once a day lore master to nat 20 that. So
Okay.
where is it?
So
I think 20. There we go.
You will get a decent amount of stuff out of that.
Oh.
That doesn't look right.
Can we?
Sven got us beat.
Yeah, holy shit. Sun
Low
went
for
enlightened.
That.
Yeah.
Average Sven
You will
W.
be getting access to a couple of other spells as well as ways to incorporate spells basically cost free into other actions. But the one thing that is interesting is a lot of it covers things like actual conjuration when it comes to like create water, ghost sound, haunted fey aspect, and drench, which are pretty simple spells when it comes to conjuration, but they are a good foundation.
Right.
It also teaches a user how they can cast silent image or minor illusion, and how to work these into performances in safe, comfortable environments, meaning not in active combat, without utilizing a spell slot. Casters can add these spells to their spellbook if they don't know them, and as long as they are spells which can be learned by that class. Upon finishing this section, you will learn the spell Minor Dream, with the subject being any touched creature or themselves as the messenger, not just a gnome, which, what the fuck, Pathfinder. And be able to cast...
And like all the...
That it must have came out of one specific adventure or something, but it's like the requirement was like you had to be a gnome, and I'm like, why?
You know what? At least Pathfinder's doing something right in instilling in us a hatred of gnomes.
Yeah.
All the fancy booze that only has effects if you're a halfling, and I'm like, but I thought dwarves were the drinkers.
Last section of the book pertains to conjuration. It goes back into that, but at the end, it ends rather abruptly, as if it were the first in a series. But with it as marked up as damage as it is, from love and use, not necessarily purposeful damage, perhaps it's missing pages instead. That isn't necessarily clear. So, I'll add that to you, and you should be able to add those to your own sheets.
Okay, so we learned Minor Dream, and you said some other spells?
We create water, ghost sound, haunted fey aspect, and drench, and you also learn to cast silent image or minor illusion during performances, meaning you can't do them during combat without utilizing a spell slot.
I'm sorry. Can you like copy paste a list of those spells?
Yeah, I'll actually make that available to you.
Okay. Thank you.
in the book's description. I'll just paste it at the bottom because I already have it written out.
Ish.
There you go. So, there you go.
All right. Thank
Finally, the boat drops you off at Felwick, leaving you about less than a day's travel by land to Lunebruck. Ding.
you. Ding.
We made it.
You made it!
The
Oh my
boat
god!
dings. Hooray!
Hip hip hooray.
Captain's like, finally. Never thought that fucking egg timer was gonna go off.
That's what that was!
Yeah.
And it's near the end of the day as you finally kind of crest the ridge and get to look at Lunebruck. This city is huge by comparison. Innsburg had a population of around 15 to 20,000. This is a city with a population of around 100,000. Although perhaps it would be a bit easier, I suppose, if you were able to see it.
Oh shit.
No, I'm switching City of Innsburg. Hold on. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, we got to go back.
Guys, I'm scared. Guys, is it good?
Well, let me
Holy
load into
moly,
it.
it's big.
It's big.
Apparently they don't have minor illusion in the spell list.
Put it on the stream screen as well.
Also, this is off topic, but I realized that I currently have one less spell known than I should have. And that,
Oh.
yeah. I fixed it.
Loaded
This is
faster on the
also-
stream than it did for me.
This is also off topic, but Gray, can we get together about all the stuff I crafted for 8 hours a day for 14 days later?
My god, dude. Yeah, yeah, well. Yeah, and that's.
What it would probably be easiest to do is, I don't know. Do you wanna do
figured we
one-
just figure out like how much time block we have and then work it out retroactively?
Like
Yeah.
80 hours.
Because I'm like, I'm not going to come up with what I was doing on the ship the whole time. Oh my god.
It's 80 hours, I believe, in
I
total.
mean, 8 times 14 is 112, so it's 112 hours.
you can
and if
only
it's
work for
1,000
8
gold-
hours a day.
What's that?
You can only get like 8 hours of work done per day for basically
Yeah, that's
everything, right?
That's 8 hours. Is that including retraining?
Well,
No.
Because
2 weeks,
Yeah.
You can
8 hours a
do
day.
8 hours of one thing,
80 hours.
and then you can do 8 hours of a different thing.
Yeah.
And I'm presuming at some point you're like, while you're retraining, like shoving food in your face and,
Mm.
sorry,
reading the book while you're on the John. And no offense.
So yeah, 10
It's
days
eight-
of
it's-
that is
no.
retraining.
Oh, it's 10 days. I thought it was 2 weeks.
No,
Yeah,
it
I
is
thought it
2
was 2
weeks. It is 2 weeks, but you had 2 things you wanted to retrain, correct?
right? Okay, so retraining and crafting, like I can't do 8 hours and then another 8 hours.
That seems to be the implication, and Birch, of course, gone. So
I mean, I think
I
it.
mean,
I would argue it's different, but
it's considered work,
obviously, it's,
basically. Is it the implication that you can only do one or the other per day?
I don't think they had restrictions on anything other than, like, making magic items. But even then, it's like, I'm assuming diminishing return sort of thing. Like, they usually say for learning stuff, if you try to like cram too much shit, that you'll only end up doing about as good as someone who just had like a normal amount of contact with it. But I don't know.
okay.
It's a good question.
We'll figure it
It
out.
do, I'm on the retraining page on D20 FP SRD. It says you can't perform any other strenuous activity while retraining, such as marching, adventuring, or crafting magic items. So it specifies magic items, but not crafting in general.
So I have updated those so you're able to do more things. Like you'll be able to keep moving, which I probably shouldn't have allowed, but say la vie. I'm going to say as a compromise between the two, for days that you were retraining, you only get half for crafting, but the other 4 days you're fine.
Okay, that's fine. So let me calculate how many hours that would be. So 10 days of retraining. So that's 40 hours plus another 8 times 4, 40. So it's 72 hours. So that's $72,000 worth of material. Okay.
Okay. But yes.
Oh wait, no, it's 7,200. It's not 1,000 gold pieces. It's 100 gold pieces an hour.
Yeah.
Can I
that
ask
sounds a bit
something
better.
about this map?
Yeah.
So, between the docks on the River Moors and the wall, and like a little past the wall, there's like this almost gravelly, stony looking texture along the edge. What is that?
Basically, it's cliff.
Okay,
It's
okay, that
cliffs.
makes sense. The rest of the map I understand. That was the one where I was like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. That makes sense.
God, motherfucking damn, this place is big.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is... Oh, Odiug Lug?
I'm
What
almost
is-
afraid to ask, but how long do you think it took to put all of this together?
3 minutes.
Probably way too long.
I'm thinking probably 15, 20 minutes. Maybe an hour at absolute max.
Oh God.
I will be posting it in the server so you're able to explore it at your own leisure outside of the server.
Thank you. I
But-
will.
Yeah, I guess let's describe what you're able to see once you crest up over the ridge, which, of course, is the 3 hills of Lunebruck, atop which is the Mannlicher War College, the Onyx Palace, and then the Medionin Keep in the farthest away. Below that is a fucking sprawling city. Older, newer, mishmashed together, high class, low class, plumes of smoke rising from 1,000 chimneys or more. There are several large active docks that run along the River Mons and along the River Elbe, including along the kind of quasi-canal that is the Little Elbe. For Vic's mentor, she mentioned that you can either find her at the Temple of Sojourn, which is in South Shore, or at the Library of Thought, which is at the edge of Bridgefront in Old Lunebruck.
Should we handle the package first, or should we go straight to her?
We should
Or
go straight
actually,
to her.
It's pretty late
we
at
could
night.
we could have Vic go straight to her, and the rest of us do the package, so that he like arrives and is able to explain our party before we're there, so that she isn't like surprised by anything.
You might need a
We're-
buffer before you guys talk to anyone else. Or anyone else has to interact with the rest of the group.
I was gonna say we're in a new city. We might not want to split up just yet until we get our bearings. We could check into where we'll be staying, the chapter house, and then make a
Bannerhome
plan from there.
is between the Onyx Palace and Dockside, on a area of the city called the Slope. It is
Oh yeah, they're
basically right across the street from the Reichmuddel Cannon Foundry.
where is the chapter house place here?
Northeast.
Okay, Bannerhome. I see you pinging it. Can I make a small map marking on the map just that we?
This is a massive map.
Yes,
it is. I can't believe Gray would do this.
I've never seen a human city so big.
And certainly stunning.
It's not that great once you get into it.
Not that great. Think about the bar crawl possibilities, Daxius.
Oh, I'm intimately aware of many of the bars in this place, and I am not welcome in a number of them.
Well, lucky for you, you've got your hat of disguise.
But
Indeed. But as long as we're on that subject, I have been to this city before, and there are a lot of people that go around, but some people might recognize me. So it might be best for everyone, and for just me to do my activities undisturbed, if we just I kind of just idly follow you where you go instead of being around you guys. I probably shouldn't be seen with you guys in this city.
Well, that's kind of a given for anywhere we go, but it's nice of you to be a little self-aware.
Got any more of those pamphlets?
Hopefully those are done and buried with.
Imagine how many pamphlets you could print in a city this size.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do,
No,
is find a printing press.
it is, and there are definitely a lot of them here. This is that kind of city. I did mention that there is indeed a newspaper here. And in fact, you'll figure out very quickly that there is a decent printing press in here. Because as you guys cross Regent's Bridge, and despite it being about 8 o'clock at night, it is busy. Like, this city is alive even at night. Noise, lights, a whole panoply of fucking shit going on. And crossing Regent's Bridge is sort of a crawl. Not because, like, somebody stops you, but because there's so many fucking people coming and going. Shit being hawked and criers screaming at shit. By the time you finally get into Eastgate, nearing the Regal Rock, which is perhaps one of the best taverns, inn-houses, hotels in the entire fucking country, you hear people screaming about, like, selling this, see that. Roll me... Actually, everybody here choose a number between 1 and 5.
5.
6.
7.
4.
Oh, damn.
Between 1 and 5, 9.
By
Seven
the way,
and a
there's a
half.
cannon foundry here? That's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
there
will.
is.
I will
What-
say once we like get on the bridge, I'm just gonna say to, like, whoever can hear me, I'll be right behind you guys, and I'm just going to disappear
Nice.
into the crowd and just take a different random face of a traveler and just keep like 30 to 60 feet away from you guys.
Guys, can we
So-
buy a cannon and mount it to the Vardo?
Let's focus for 5 minutes,
Ow.
please.
What the fuck? Jerk.
Pocket Cat is angry.
Aw.
Alright.
Trying to get my.
Do we all have to pick different numbers?
Wad me.
So, with him out, it's basically 1 to 4, and I'm gonna go with Sven. It's this.
Okay.
You hear just somebody calling out about seeing something,
shoot
and
them.
you have a flyer pushed up into basically to your chests by somebody before they keep moving, and handing them out to, like, other people. Let me. I'm gonna make this visible to everybody, though. You pull it away from your chest, and you see that it is a flyer, a playbill for an actual performance that is going on. Not colorful, but very detailed. Like, there are pictures and so on and so forth. Yeah,
Where did you put this?
it's in the journal, in game.
Oh.
It is titled
that
Quincy
demon
Song,
dentist?
the Demon Dentist of Hook Street.
Oh.
Oh, we weren't doing any more theater references.
Murder,
No.
mayhem,
Two more.
cannibalism, tragedy.
Wait,
Let us
is
tale
this
before
our
you
way
end up
to
as
lo-
one of the victims?
Wait a minute! We have to go.
Is this a way to launch our Sweeney Todd parody album?
Where's Johnny Depp?
No. You'll see once you get there. But yes,
No, we're not
only the
going.
Demons Dime in Old Lunebruck, 7 p.m. daily, twice on Sunday.
Barry, look at the names and who's starring in the play.
Oh, hold on, I
In case you
didn't.
didn't look that far.
Tyrus Cratchit.
He probably doesn't remember.
I don't think he does. No.
Wait, hold on. What am I not remembering?
One of the characters that is on that flyer, starring as Tyrus Cratchit, is one of my old characters. He was
you
the
did
little
have
bard
Alabaster.
guy. Yeah.
Delisar Nasara was on that expedition with you. He was the tiefling.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Is Gareth Hagney anyone?
No, not from
Nah.
previous things. No.
Okay.
We have to go.
Yeah, no, we do. Anytime that there's a character that is referenced from another campaign, we have to go see what they're about. That's why I really want to see Arthur Scrivener, because I want to see what Gray did with him, because I loved that character. I really wanted. I really loved building him and had some fun stuff for him, but we just never really got to play it.
Yeah. So
Where did you say that he was again?
he's at the Demon's Dive, which is in Old Lunebruck.
And you said he's the person who runs it?
No, he's the Alabaster Hackett. No, he's just a performer in it.
No, Arthur Scrivener.
I was also asking about
Scrivener.
Arthur.
He is at the Azure League, which is actually also in the old docks. And yes, he runs it.
It doesn't have to be now or in the next session or two, but eventually we got to go there.
So
It's an interesting way to take that character.
you, I'm assuming you probably asked somebody to point you in the right direction.
The right direction being Bannerhome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're told by a lunar guard who.
Oh, before we came in, I'm sorry. Could I have picked some berries from the wilds that I could have used good berry later today?
Sure.
Okay.
You're told to go all the way in and take a right near the Sanctuary of Tira. If you get into the Reichspost Central Office or the Deep Gold Clan Bank, you've gone too far. Go up along the rise that runs around the Mannlicher War College, past the Temple of Liliana, and follow the road all the way to Bannerhome.
I'll definitely remember that. In-game.
In game, yes.
As a character, I've already forgotten half of that.
Yeah.
As a player, I mean.
It is a long walk, shockingly. You're not able to move very quickly. The crowds are pretty dense, especially as you near the Imperial Square. You end up passing the Sanctuary of Tira, which is a weird, calming environment in the center of a gigantic clusterfuck of a human city. You pass by the shadows of old, half-crumbling walls that probably were built 1,000 years ago and then were forgotten as the city expanded past it. On the left, on the rise, is the massive wall surrounding the Mannlicher War College, perhaps the prestige college for anyone entering the military service on the continent. You pass the Temple of Eliana, where you do see signs related to, join the Shadow Chasers. Those who need sanctuary will find it here, and things like that. The noise coming from the Griffin Market down towards the River Mons, and then finally towards Bannerhome. Across the street from the, at this point, cold Reich Metal Cannon Foundry. It is a sizable fucking building. Makes the chapter house in Innsburg seem hippie by comparison. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I petition to have the Among Us removed?
What? The bogus.
Samokus.
I'll just, as we're getting close to Bannerhome, point out, I'll send a message to Fernix and just point to a place across the road. They serve really good coffee there.
Oh, thank you.
You're
Foundry.
welcome. What? Oh, did Foundry shit you?
There are a decent
No.
amount of coffee shops here, and most restaurants also carry it. Probably when it comes to coffee shops, Daxius, you'll know that the Last Drop, the Wandering Warlock, are probably two of the most famous. They're just off of the University of Lunebruck in North Lunebruck. Places
I'll
like
tell
Zen
I'll tell Fernix that because I think that's something they'd like.
Mhm.
This place, it's fine. It's good if you need a hit, but those are the real places you want to go to.
I see.
Most definitely.
Well, I'll let you know what I think. I mean, I'm very particular about my coffee.
Oh, trust me, they have the best and better.
So, Bannerhome is a fucking mansion, basically. It is 3 stories tall, covers a solid city block. Not just the grounds, but the building, everything around it. It is imposing, but it is also weirdly homey. It is stone on the bottom, wood construction on the top, slate roof. It is wall-to-wall windows with warm yellow light that comes out of it, at least in the front. The sides have basically nothing in them. But you're able to find a place in order to, not necessarily ditch, but hang up your Vardo for the night. And
Hang it up.
park it. Park the Vardo and stable the horses. And enter. So, I did mention that Bannerhome got its name because of the amount of trophies, banners, anything that was recovered from expeditions, not only into the north or into the Deadlands, but, into the Gravelands, but fucking anywhere. There are places where bringing home the right trophy can earn you a permanent honor. And as you open the door to the noise that's inside, you see that it is. The central hall is covered, wall, with actual banners, stuffed heads, reclaimed broken weapons, armor, paintings, trophies, literally anything and everything. Most of it is in terrible condition because none of it was reconditioned when it was recovered. It was kept exactly the way it was when they found it. Music plays in here. The warmth radiates out. The smells of food and tobacco and alcohol and cannabis even permeate the air. People push around you as if you were invisible. There are so many people in here of so many different creeds, histories, ancestries, that even the more bestial among you vanish.
Seems like a pretty cool place.
Jaxius, I'm already plotting
Not
our
good from
first
here now.
heist.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
oh shoot. I'm already plotting our first heist.
I wouldn't get too ahead of yourself. We've
Well,
got a lot to do here.
Somebody needs to put Gurgamesh in a baby Bjorn.
You
Keep
need
him
a
out of
kid
trouble.
leash on him.
I don't think any of you could hold him except for maybe Vic.
Sven actually can.
What's
He
his
matches
strength?
your strength, I think, when he uses his one ability.
What
when
if I'm
he uses
raging?
Well, then. But when he uses his
I-
one ability, he can just freely go up to 20 strength.
If I'm being honest, Gurgamesh, I made the mistake of trying to do a heist in this city too. Well, where is I'm just looking for a place on the map. Do you know?
There's a lot of
of-
industry in Old Lunebruck.
There is.
You could pick somewhere there.
Have you heard of the night market?
I've not.
No, that's just a marketplace.
So,
Never mind.
if you're looking for a target, what kind of level of target are you talking about? Is it a house, a business, or something else? Because I can point you in the right direction.
The king.
I'm looking for a high-end business that would have had a lot of money and also would have treated their employees like shit. Maybe just did some bad practices, had a history of ill intent or
All right, sure. I
dealing
got you.
with bad people.
Goldcrest Jewelers in the Heartlands, which is right off of the Imperial Square, is a good option. The Nightingale Jewelers and Ferris Furriers, which is in Hallowed.
Say Nightingale Jewelers. The Nightingale Jewelers. Not sure if you've heard of them.
No,
I
saw them
can't
on-
go within I can't go within a good 500 feet of that place anymore. So, I mean, everyone there knows who I am. I'm basically a rest on site in that area. Basically, what I'm trying to get across is that this is not a city where you fuck around. Unless you have that little blue badge that you might see around, don't try anything because I promise you it will not go well.
I'll convince you.
Please heed my warning. This is a very bad juju
Give me an
city.
excuse.
I would like.
All I'm saying, there's a bank in the city. Are you down for a bank robbery?
See, I might have also tried to hit the bank once. It's why I had to leave.
Which one? Deep Gold or the Imperial Crown Bank?
Oh, 100%.
Deep Gold sounded like it had a lot. Yeah, and that's the problem I ran into. I was a fucking
that's
idiot back
the-
then.
That's the
Don't
one
make
run
my
by
mistake.
Some miners, right? Some dwarves.
Yeah.
Deep
What
gold
kind of
in
miners?
Syria?
Miners?
Oh no.
It's where the dwarves store you when you're, a child, you see. They put you in the vault so nothing can happen to you.
Oh,
You slide
God.
food in.
That's not what I'm talking. I'm making a Deep Rock Galactic joke.
You
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Rock and
I'm
stone.
in. Those are the
I
next
thought you
words
were
out of
making
your
a
mouth.
homophobe.
Rock and stone and you don't come home.
I would like to point out what happened the last time you tried to pull a heist.
We're
Well,
rich.
no, we've got
You walk in, they're just all yelling, "We're rich!"
we've got some contacts to follow up on from Siegfried Ash. We've got Gerhardt and the Azure League. Maybe we can
We
hit up those
have-
guys, get some information.
I appreciate your go-getter attitude, but one thing at a time. We still
Right.
yet to find Vic's mentor.
You're thinking you're going to walk up to an organized crime syndicate, say, "Hey, can I have some information to go do some crimes?" and not be immediately killed.
Hell yeah.
Well, wait.
We've just got that
That's
much
usually-
rep.
Fernix, can you craft a leaf strong enough to prevent some of us from getting away?
So, I'm
Oh,
I
certainly.
won't pull punches from now on. Oh, I want you to do that so bad.
You see,
Challenge
mean, the
Arthur
real
to,
thing is-
to an arm wrestle.
if you're going to be if you're going to be going in and introducing yourself as a disposable asset, I would assume that you have enough wherewithal to realize that what you're sent on is likely a suicide mission. So,
that too. Yeah,
What
that's
are
very common.
Gray's
What
not
are
going to
we?
pull punch, and Vic is going to start throwing them.
Some kind of suicide squad.
Oh my God! Kill the Justice League.
Oh. Now that you're here, it's definitely, you're probably going to be settling in for the night, but are you going to check in first, or are you just going to go right to bed?
I suppose
We
we
should
should
check in, and I would like to deliver the package.
It's
today.
probably going to take you like 4 hours to get there.
Yeah.
It's a walk. So, the location
Well-
that you're looking for is in the dregs. The dregs
funny
are
thing-
a series
No, I
of
see where it is.
of ships that are lashed together, permanently anchored in the Little Elbe. They're half the reason why most larger shipping do not go up the Little Elbe, and then eventually they just built bridges, and that was that.
well,
Damn.
if Sven is going to be taking a walk, then I will pop an airwalk on him so that he can just walk up over the buildings and just not have to deal with any road complications or
Great.
traffic.
The moment has come. I drink my potion of fly.
Don't mind me, just walking above the entire just walking through the air above a crowd, going to deliver an illegal package.
All right, great. I'm gonna roll
Yeah, that's not
sneak
gonna be
so that I can
suspicious.
sneak while flying. Can I do this?
What is it? Does it say illegal on the side?
I tiptoe as I fly.
Well, no, he's carrying a large barrel, lead-lined barrel,
I'm sorry.
through the city.
I just had a mental image in my
It's
head
lying on
of
the
like
inside.
of like a video game where you're doing the animation of tiptoeing, but you're flying like you're in Morrowind.
Yes,
I'm gonna.
that's why Airwalk is the best.
See, you think I don't have an answer for that, but I do.
I'm gonna nudge Natari and just tell her to keep an eye on your boy toy for me, will you?
We'll have to put
Just-
it in a bag of holding, and
Yeah.
probably empty the bag of holding, because we don't want to bring anything of value.
Okay, so I'll get information to everybody when it comes to like where they want to go, because obviously not everything is indicative to what it might be. But anyways, so yeah, back to the question at hand: are you checking in, or are you just gonna go to bed?
Probably checking in. Can we sleep here?
Yeah, it's a
just
chapter house.
Bannerhome.
Some of them just get names because of, well, great feats that happen there, or for reasons like this. Gigantic trophy room. So,
Could have kept that drow finger.
yeah.
Hey,
For one free night at the end.
Yeah.
you're gonna nail a drow's finger to the that you cut off 2 days ago.
2 weeks.
All right.
So, who's taking lead, by the way? I'm assuming Vic, but I don't want to just,
It's Vic.
Most likely.
We're here because of him. Well,
all right,
probably.
take it away however you want to handle going through this place. 'Cause it is busy. It is fucking busy.
Sure. I assume there's somebody who looks like they're working here. Maybe not like necessarily a receptionist, but something adjacent to that.
There is definitely a bar here, significantly larger than the one in Innsburg, and pushed off against one of the walls. Some of the more gory trophies are strung around it, primarily things like heads, or paws, or wings.
Yep. So I assume we still all have our society pins
Think so?
and such.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
just
I
basically,
mean,
well, make sure that's visible somewhere. And
I
walk
didn't
it.
think Daxia still had his.
My the which one? Sorry, I was reading something.
Your society pen.
Oh, I still have that. Yeah.
You have to
Wait a minute.
That's. I think if you did your retraining, that technically wouldn't be so high.
No, I did do that. Is with my retraining.
Oh shit! I
That's
just
a re-
realized the bonus
Oh.
you had.
You're that's
Wow.
applying your thieves' tools.
Yeah,
So-
I'm using my thieves' tools with my gloves of larceny. I get +1 from criminal sleight of hand feat, plus another 2 from dexterity.
I don't think
Class
these
skill
tools are
+3.
used to pickpocket people. That's just for opening doors and shit.
Either way, I think even without the +4, it'd be 34.
I thought thieves' tools, like like the little hooks that pickpocketers will stick in people's pockets to like pull out keys and different things. No.
You could
Okay.
probably get a masterwork tool set that would do something similar. I also don't think that the thieves' tools bonus is supposed to be that high.
I think for
usually a
masterwork,
It says it's +4.
Or-
Yeah, that's weird.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, Daxius lost his pin apparently.
So,
No, it's a
So-
+4 on sleight of hand checks.
what are you doing now? Sorry.
Yeah,
just-
sleight of hand checks also apply to thieving and unlocking stuff.
It doesn't apply to unlocking stuff. That's disabled device.
device.
Yeah,
Oh. Oh.
sleight of hand
Sleight
is
of
for
hand.
hiding stuff, smuggling.
You're thinking of 5e.
Yeah. I'm assuming sleight of hand could also be for hiding bigger things than would fit in your hand, despite the name. So, instead
you
of
could-
being like, I'll make a stealth check for this object.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Different skill.
yeah. To hide things.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that is true.
Moving on.
I was just reading over the tools. You gain a +4 bonus on sleight of hand checks to conceal the tools
Conceal
on your
it,
body.
Yeah, I read it.
Just-
Yeah. Anyways,
That's
I can re-roll it if
It's fine.
Fine.
No, just
34 's
subtract
fine.
the.
It's not important.
It's really not. Yeah.
I no longer have my pin now.
Okay. While you're freaking out, trying to figure out where your pin is, Vic is actually doing something productive. Gonna walk up to either the barkeep or whoever's just working back there, and with the pin, we'll just kind of approach. Pardon me. My compatriots and I are looking for someone who, with the society. Is Cyrus Rhodes in residence at the moment?
The person you're speaking to has their back to you. They're like kneeled down, like moving bottles around. They kind of hear them talk, and I think that's at the point when you notice the horns coming out of their head. They stand up, turn with bottles in their hands, and they go up and up and up and up and up as a minotaur puts bottles down onto the bark top and then leans forward, like breathing out of his nostrils towards you, and says, "Probably upstairs. Being in the infirmary, you'll probably find him in his rooms."
I look sideways. Daxia stopped looking and he's just staring at the Minotaur.
For Ramesh to make a racist comment.
I think minotaurs are cool as fuck.
Most of them, however, some make it their entire personality.
He is dressed, by the way, in an actual like uniform that was made for him.
Ooh.
It's kind of just nods and thank you, sir. Can we retcon something slight?
Sure.
Just because I think we kind of skipped through the traveling part. I just wanted to, like, maybe not necessarily right as we were leaving, but at some point in the first couple days, I wanted to use the Ascending Stone to basically just let them know we were on our way.
Yeah, you guys have not used the Sending Stone this entire time, so...
Yeah, well, that was something that I was planning on doing, but we kind of moved on pretty quick. Forgot.
Yeah, there was stuff I wanted to do, but it's...
We can probably do at the opening of the next session.
Yeah.
Or if it's something you don't want to handle on screen, you can do it off screen.
Yeah, so now that we know this in the society, I'll pretend that I didn't forget we had the Sending Stone, and basically just send them a message. Say,
So when you do retrieve it, you get the message back of, yes, hello to you too, person.
I mean, we can roleplay the message out if you
No,
want.
that's what the message back for after those two send a message to him. Remember?
Wait,
Yes.
what was the last message that was sent?
It was Fernix going, "Hello, I'm Fernix," and like really awkwardly stopping. So that is the message he is responding to, like 2 days later.
Oh yeah, I remember, because I remember everybody just staring, taking turns, trying to figure out what to say,
Yeah.
and then Vic picked it up and put it in the bag, so people would stop fucking with the stuff.
Yeah, that's the last you touched it.
Ben
Okay.
hasn't touched it yet.
Probably. for the
Hi,
best.
this is Sven.
I'd like to hear
like-
a story.
And he just like comes back to it and is like, oh.
You are able to send a message though.
It
Yeah,
sounds like an old grandpa saying, how does this thing work? I can't. What am I supposed to do? Press the button. And then,
somehow ass dials the local police.
yeah.
You're able to send a message, and one responds very quickly. Making way up to the infirmary. Second floor. Go southwards. Very obvious.
Put it in the pocket and inform the rest of the group. Seems he's working up in the infirmary or simply a resident. So, should head up there.
Mhm.
I guess that's what we do.
All
But
right.
wherever they go, I follow like a minute or two behind.
I follow an inch away from whoever, so
I
that
follow
I'm
5
right
inches
next
away.
to them.
I follow 5 inches behind Fernix.
You have to synchronize your footsteps so you don't kick each other's feet.
So, you guys ascend one of the sets of stairs, which, much like in Innsburg, leads up to a very large landing. However, this one wraps around and keeps going. On the second floor, you're able to go down a very large hallway, leading to a wing on the southern side. There may or may not be some bigger on the inside going on here. But down the hallway and to the right, you do see where there's markings of infirmary. And I think it's pretty easy to figure out where to go from there. One would hope.
Presume we just head in.
Alright. The door is open, like one leading into the wing, into the ward, and you're able to easily find where Cyrus is. He is not difficult to find. He is probably about 6 foot tall, has very dark, like almost honey colored skin. He is dressed in very large, like long flowing clothes and has a very wide brimmed hat off of his head, which even inside he wears as he looks down at the bed where somebody is obviously lying. He's speaking with somebody else who from here it's difficult to see them considering that Cyrus's clothes block them off. They don't notice you, by the way. They're back towards you.
Just walk up and saying hello. Cyrus.
You seem to walk in on like a bit of a hushed conversation, and as you say, Cyrus, the man whose name that is turns toward you, but you hear the man in the bed go, "That's not my usual hat! Where's my usual hat?" Unfortunately, the man in the bed is Oliver, who is very obviously feverish and delirious.
Very obviously what?
Feverish and delirious.
Oh shit! The man, the myth, the legend returns.
You do
I
notice
cast
that
Spike
his leg is elevated and most of his calf is black.
Ah shit!
Oh no. Joel, your camera died.
Yeah, your camera died, Joel.
You started laughing at the spike growth and then it died.
Um,
I guess
I'll
spike
fix
growth on
it
his
in a minute.
webcam.
Cyrus, definitely on the better looking side, very wide lips, very piercing eyes, looks to everybody, but the other person that you look to perhaps might be of somewhat more interest, as they're not big necessarily, shorter than Cyrus is, not by much. They are beast folk, Canid of some kind, and they are missing 2 limbs. Right arm, left leg, which have been replaced by gleaming clockwork. As peering out from under his own hat, the other individual just sort of peers at you like, what the fuck is going on? Cyrus finally gives a bit of a smile and say, "Ah, yes, sorry, I recognition and all. Names, no pictures." He then offers his hand to whoever is closest.
Guess it's probably closest point. Just take it's a Vic'Talion.
He takes your hand and you're immediately in a gigantic hug. Man is shorter than you, but he's pretty built. It only lasts a couple seconds and you hear him babble in like something you don't understand, some kind of language. And he like then steps back and looks around to everybody. I'm assuming this is about the point when Daxius finally shuffles in.
I'm not looking like Daxius. I'm just looking like a slicked back hair, like kind of businessman, kind of peasant.
Okay.
I point at that. I don't know who that is.
It's a greaser.
You don't know who I am? It's me, Jim Biber. I'm your producer, eh?
Jim, why didn't you say so? I didn't recognize with the hair.
How could you forget me, man?
Well,
Just
when
look over
you
to-
started talking, I noticed that bombastic voice you got.
Hey, don't mind me.
Look over to Cyrus.
Looking here.
Just basically exhausted looking. I'm sorry.
Which one is the individual who sent the messages list?
If I'm assuming that's Daxius, he was the first one.
No, I'm Daxius.
That's the one who says he's Daxius.
Don't
is
do
Lunebruck.
that.
Yes, he does not have the voice of the man I spoke with.
And the third is.
I also sent the other one.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
He's the
I'm
real
Fernix.
Daxius.
He goes around and does the same thing of like hugging everybody in like a really uncomfortable way, like babbling, and like he'll do like cheek to cheek and then move on to the next person.
No, please, no touching. I'm not. I'm just a producer. I don't get physical.
I flip off your hat.
Why are we doing this right now, Daxius?
I was going to talk to him later.
We're going to have plenty of time to talk.
Look, there are a lot of people around, okay, and I'm not very welcome in this
There's
city.
3
So yes,
people
it's
around.
me, Daxius.
There's 3 people in this room.
Wait, that's Daxius?
Oh,
Oh,
my
there's so
God.
many people in here. Where did all these people come from? Who's father letting into the estate?
Oliver,
Am
don't
I
you
in here,
recognize
or-
me?
He has no idea.
It's very important that
Oh.
you meet Pocket Cat.
Jesus Christ, what happened to him?
We're all here.
Cyrus
I
kind
see.
of. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm making the assumption that the person in the bed is Oliver.
Yeah, he is. Who does not look well. He's wearing not the clothes, the jumpsuit that you have met him in before. He's in something that's less concealing, and like I said, his right leg is propped up, and most of his leg below the knee is like inky black.
Sven
I'll just
speaks up in
go
response
up and-
and says, "Well, if I were to guess from what I've heard, it sounds like he's, how would I put it, meant to be somewhere else, and that's catching up to him."
Let's not jump to conclusions. I put my back of my hand on his cheek.
He's
Hot or
hot,
cold?
like really warm to the touch.
It's burning up. I was kind of afraid of this.
We
You know
tried
how-
keeping his temperature down, but doesn't seem to work. That's the other
Right.
individual who's standing there.
I'm afraid I'm unsure as to the treatment because I don't know if this is even an ordinary illness.
I think that if any amount of treatment were to exist, they would have found it by now. In a place like this, anyway.
We've done what we can to make sure that he doesn't expire between here and there. We were hoping that somebody would make their way up from Port Azar, but we've been trying to make do with what the Grand Temple or the Pantheon sends over. I'm hoping for Yvonne herself up in the Grand Temple in Nocturne, but he claims to be too busy for this. And to that I say, horse shit.
Have you
Lovely.
tried any spells which would be able to diagnose sickness? Do you know if it's sickness, or is it something
not.
else?
We do not think it is. He has never responded to the usual removal of diseases and poisons. What he said. We tried the usual stuff. Honestly, I've just been waiting for her to come in to see if we can remove it as a curse. Otherwise,
Well,
legs coming off.
I can at least provide that sort of service, but it would be good to clarify exactly what it is rather than simply throwing all the curative magic that we have at it. For all we know, that could make it worse.
We don't know. All I know is I don't want him to die. Because if he's dead, he can't talk. Not like he can, not dead.
Well, I would rather not either. He's, well, I suppose friend is a strong word, but he's an acquaintance that I thought fondly of.
Could I ask where his dragon is?
The beast folk, the Canid, looks to Cyrus, and there's like a meaningful glance before the beast folk looks away, and Cyrus says, I was able to locate it a couple days outside of the city. The Talon company managed to notice the flying device on its way past the city. They were unable to intercept it using their griffins, so I knew that something was definitely up.
You
The
know what
bird
it's
who
capable
I believe
of.
is downstairs eating. I do not know. Was I do not know the word I want to use. Completely inconsolable when he brought the man in.
Do you know what it's capable of?
He kind of gives a smile and says, "Don't worry about anything. We have representatives coming up from Portazar to handle things. For now.
It's more that I worry that it should be protected because there are those who know what it's capable of, who are looking for it.
Like he said, we have top people coming in. Top people.
Sven nods,
man.
but he's not super convinced. But he drops it.
It's seemingly an interesting coincidence that they were able to send up representatives from Portazar for a new potential weapon, but nothing that could try to assist in Oliver's condition.
We've done what we can with what we have, really. They
No,
send us
I-
what they have, and often enough their answers aren't the ones we want to hear.
No, I don't blame you. Simply, it's a situation I've seen before. I'm not surprised.
Well,
And I-
I'd say considering the circumstances, facing an unknown disease or curse, you've done admirably well just keeping him alive.
Right, would I be able to get anything if I used my inspiration on a heal check on him?
No, I wouldn't waste it on that.
Okay.
Can I make a quick examination of his leg in particular? Because what I'm specifically looking for is the way you're kind of describing it makes it seem, well, similar in a sense to the color and the kind of texture of the stones that we'd collected.
Yeah.
Would
It's,
there be any
more
connection
like
there?
tar. So yeah, the crystals that you've collected. Yeah, I would. It's also similar to something else I believe you also have in your possession.
Yeah, the sample of the dogs.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's why Sven was talking about the different place thing.
Right. Okay.
Well, whatever this is definitely involved with dimensional problems. It's not something I would assume
Sven,
the
we could
average
wait,
healer would be able to.
we could wait 5 minutes before dumping all of our information out.
I'm not dumping
public.
anything. I'm just saying what that.
What we already know,
Yes,
at least in broad strokes.
this is something of otherworldly nature.
I don't think
I understand, but
something like that, maybe. Don't know.
we don't all know who knows what information we have, so at the very least, let's wait until there's less of an opportunity for listening ears.
Would have preferred to meet you back in my office, but we want to make sure he didn't take a turn for the worse. I'm the master here at Bannerhome, and he like offers up like the mechanical hand to shake.
Just take it and think this probably isn't going to go well.
It's he has a decent control over the arm, but it's you can tell that it's like kind of springing back and forth as he's trying to control it. Terse to Meg. Nice to meet you.
I'll shake his hand as well. We met once before, actually, about a year ago.
What's
Maybe.
the spelling? The spelling of that?
I don't expect you to recognize me. There's a lot of faces that go through here.
All
Special.
right.
I'll temporarily drop all the illusions I have so these guys can see me.
I was close. Not that close, actually.
So you'll be able to have rooms put up for you, no problem. I think it's too late to really go over anything anymore tonight. He just gestures towards Cyrus, and Cyrus says, "We will reconvene in the morning. We can explain some things. Perhaps I can run back into the area to explain some things that happened between here and there. It has been weeks."
Yes, we've spent a bit more time traveling than we've been used to in the last period of time, so perhaps a bit of rest would be good. And we've got some business of our own. Well, at least I do. But
No
Right.
problem.
morning.
Just don't go too far unless you're okay with me not being there in case you almost die. And generally, it looks very bad on us if the people that we are training die, and it's not their own fault.
I don't expect us to fall too far into the deep end of the city. Well, not most of us, anyway.
Yes, we'll
But
see. I can smell the troublemakers on all of you. Yes, even you.
Oh.
Not as much, but come on. Been around very long. You know how things go.
been a
I
while.
must say, I let my curiosity get the better of me more than once.
I've always had my just desserts.
Well, if you go hunting for them in this city, they won't give you just desserts. They'll kill you, chop you up, and put you into the river. Generally in bags
been
with
try-
concrete in them.
I've
Respect
tried to
that.
tell him that, but he doesn't seem to really grasp that.
Oh, so now we're throwing me over the under the bus. Do you want to throw it in reverse?
I mean,
You want to throw it
If
back?
anything happens, just make sure I'm there so I can see it and enjoy it.
We're not throwing you under the bus. You're sitting underneath. You're sitting in the road.
This is so sad.
Yeah.
I'll
s-
keep an eye on him.
You speak and like all that kind of shit, and one of the master's eyes just swings around towards you out of its own control and just kind of stares menacingly. Even the dwarves have the knowledge of the evil eye, and it just gives off that.
Well, I say straight to the. I just say straight up, "Who's that man?" And I point over at him, staring at me.
You're muted.
I'm muted.
No. Birch is muted. I saw him talk, but he's muted.
Oh, no, I was like, oh shit, once I actually saw the name he posted in chat.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Now we're 3 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Cyrus just looks towards him and says, "That is the master of Bannerhome. I would leave him alone unless you wish to end up dead too."
He introduced himself a few minutes ago.
Oh.
This one looks like the kind of individual who only hears what he wants to hear.
Ah,
I see you've been around the block.
Painfully so. So,
Oh dear.
Right.
the beast folk clears his throat and says, "I'll have Flick show you to your rooms. I gotta finish up here, catch up with Cyrus. If you haven't eaten, I'd take advantage of the facilities. We do have a bath on actual site, and I'll see you in the morning if necessary. Good night to you all." He puts his fingers between his
nods.
teeth and then whistles really loud.
The internet died again.
We hear you, we just don't see you.
Mm-hmm.
is there a curfew in this city?
There we go.
Sorry, say again?
Is there a curfew in this city?
No, not at all. Generally speaking, they'll close the door, so if you're outside and the door's closed,
Good to know.
generally from 11 p.m. until about 6 in the morning. There are other ways into the city, but as he lets that thought die, a creature flies in through the open door, maybe about yay big, emerald green, just like a flitter of feathers and, well, wings at least. As it gets close and alights on the head of the nearest person, which I think, and this is probably Sven. as he is also the tallest.
Hmm.
It is a
I look
little
up at it.
bug-shaped, almost draconid. It like leans down and like looks at Sven like upside down.
Hold on, I need to roll a will to keep my cool and be awesome. Oh yeah, he's cool about it. He's just like, oh, cool.
Yeah, its
Saying out loud, "I'm
face
cool,
is
I'm
still
cool."
very draconic, but it has like almost like dragonfly wings and sort of a chitinous
Yeah,
exterior
very
to it.
dragon.
Do I recognize this creature?
Give me a knowledge.
It's possible for these to be familiars for wizards, I think, but they're unruly.
Give me a knowledge nature and a knowledge arcana, because I'm not 100% certain which this falls into.
I have +7 on both of them, and I'm gonna just take 10 to be safe.
Okay.
So Gray,
So 17.
if Fernix made the item, I would have a +4 on that.
What's the caster level?
It's just something that has a plus to my knowledge nature.
So,
Well, what I can make the spellcraft check if you just let me know what the caster level is, and then
I don't know what the caster level is.
so
it should be at the top of the item.
No, this is a
Those-
custom made stuff.
those that rolled at least a 15 on either, you do recognize it. It is a Pyraustra, which is a type of little dragon. Technically not a true dragon, but in the same ballpark.
And spell that.
Phonetically.
I was gonna go with
I
it.
tried and I got nothing.
Pyraustra, yeah.
Eyrelstra. Nope, that wasn't it.
And they're adorable.
How do you spell it, Gray?
Well, possibly.
In chat.
There we go.
He'll guide you upstairs. The room's
Ooh.
probably gonna be near the front of the building. And after that, the creature just takes to wing again, like hovering and fluttering its wings, and then just kind of makes like a bit of a squeaking noise, and then turns and starts moving back towards the doorway.
This is
thank
Cyrus that's still here?
Yeah, Cyrus and Terse are both still here.
Okay. Before I depart, I wasn't meaning to be a dick or just rude before when I came in with a disguise, but respectfully, if you could not use my name in the future, there are people both inside and outside the Valier Society in this city who would love to bleed me of either gold or blood, whichever they can get. So I'd like to keep it on the down low. That's all.
We should do what we can, yes.
All right.
I wouldn't worry for right now, though. Tomorrow.
I'm with Daxius on this one too. I didn't mean to be a dick. That's just how I am.
Tends to be how we all are.
Speak for yourselves.
Yeah, my internet was dead, so I didn't get any of that.
I
Just
just
say
cracked
me
a
too.
really bad joke. Yeah, you know that's all you need to say. We were all agreeing to something, and you didn't join in.
Yeah.
We're all agreeing to the fact that we're a bunch of assholes who make everyone's
That's
days worse.
Sven
Hey
makes everyone's
guys,
day better.
I signed us up for a charity where we all put in 15,000 gold, and if we don't do it, we get our hands chopped off.
This sounds like a really bad Mr. Beast video.
That's
Sven's the
Sven.
kind of guy who passes on those like shitty chain emails from the mid '90s.
He
Send this to
absolutely would.
10
He would.
people or else you'll be cursed.
So, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of like hard feelings, and I'm assuming the others left. I don't know. Yes, no.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can't stay at the Valier chapter house anyways. I don't have my pin.
I mean, you're recognized as being part of the organization.
Okay.
Wait, so if Daxius is recognized just for being with us, does that mean Lugo can get a room here too?
He's technically not a member. Daxius
Can he
is
share a room
recognized
with
as
me?
being a member.
Oh,
Can Lugo
Um,
share a room with me?
He can. They don't seem to care one way or the other.
We can do that.
With, I guess, Daxius being the one who leaves last, you do hear Cyrus say something in probably a language only you understand.
It doesn't tell me which one it is.
You should translate it at the
Oh,
bottom.
there we go. There we go. I see. I stop in my tracks upon hearing that language. I just turn to him bewildered.
He's already turned away. He's back to talking with Curse.
I'm gonna cast message to him. You speak fluently, I say back in the same language.
No. Because I
I'm always... Oh,
Okay.
sorry?
I'm gonna
Oh.
respond in chat,
Okay.
so that's something literally only you can understand.
I want to use a perception check to listen in on Daxius's mind. What do I have to roll for that?
Knowledge nature.
Yeah, I don't think so, Barry.
Your thoughts escape me this time.
Oh, sorry, just so I'm on the same page. Was this Cyrus talking? Or... Okay. Making sure.
So he is responding to your message while also
Mhm.
speaking with Terse.
I was not expecting this. I'll send a message back. It was the same for me. I'm sorry you caught me off guard, but I'm always willing to learn.
So how are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, big boy.
Hi, John Capaldi.
Yeah, I'm really impressed that this new fiber connection is supposed to be faster and more stable than our old connection is slower and significantly less stable.
my neighborhood got fiber a couple years ago. Maybe they just need to hammer out the details, or like the fine tune it. I've got fiber and it's fine, and we live like 5 feet away from each other.
Yeah, apparently they were just like going around our neighborhood and just harassing everybody, banging on their doors, trying to get them to switch to fiber.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had someone like that actually at my door too.
Is it real
Yeah.
fiber? Because they dug up like all over our neighborhood to lay the cable, and I don't remember seeing that.
I don't know.
Did they do a bunch
it's
of
AT&T.
construction?
Oh.
Okay. It might just be like a branch off the main fiber. It might not be real fiber, because that's a thing that
No.
sometimes internet companies will do, is they'll say it's fiber, but really it's just a branch off the node.
Well,
It's like a node off the...
If you're still
right
there,
now it's shit.
Yeah, I have a
he turns
response.
and says, "Oh, and before I forget, tell the others, you will be talking with somebody tomorrow. I would not go very far."
I'll let them know, and I'll give like a formal bow, and I'll send one last message. I am at your disposal. If I'm not around and you need to contact me, there is a red tiefling in the city that will follow the gate crashers. Everything you tell them, I will know.
His response is simple and curt and just understood.
And I'll leave.
All right. And that is where I think we will be ending this session. Didn't necessarily accomplish a lot of things I wanted to, but we got to all the things I wanted to. This map took me 4 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it. I honestly expected it to take longer than that. Holy shit.
I mean,
I don't believe you.
it
A lot of
looked
these
pretty damn
characters-
good.
Not the ones I took from others, I made last May, including Cyrus.
God damn.
But also,
it's not
yes,
And now you
bad.
can finally bust them out.
That's only 9 months ago.
Only.
say hello to 3 of your previous characters.
I'm so excited.
Man, if
I
I
don't
knew-
remember. The thing is, I don't remember everything about Arthur, so this will also be a bit of a rediscovery. I remember most of it. I
Mhm.
remember the core, but I don't remember a lot of what I wrote down.
I had to expound a lot. Obviously,
Yeah.
most of them are very high level.
So cool.
I will. I don't know if you remember Birch, but the one that we found that was my character. That was when we were in the camp. I think it was the last campaign before this that we were all in.
Oh,
All 3 of
if
you
that
are
was my-
together. All 3 of
Remember,
you.
like you were
Okay.
playing the witch. I was playing the bard that was helping you. That's the bard that's performing.
And he still has the
Yeah.
eye. And in fact, he's lost
Yeah.
more of his body.
Oh
yeah,
no.
I was like, Terse was only had like a evil possessed eye, and now it got fucked up. So
Yeah.
yep.
So yes,
Just-
Terstamac is here. He's the master of Bannerhome. Arthur
That's
Scrivener
fucking awesome.
is
Hell
the
yeah.
manager of the Ozzer Society, and Alabaster Hackett is an actor traveling around.
That-
with the
that tracks,
arm
yeah.
Of the Emperor.
Sorry, the Emperor?
Delisar Onisara is the court bard, or at least was, to the Emperor of the actual Empire, to the Imperial Court.
No shit.
Mhm. And Hackett is traveling around with him. So they're not the only
Fuck
ones
yeah.
in this city, by the way. So,
Threads converge.
for everybody at home, this is a fun way to leave off, and I'll talk to these guys a little more, but see us all next week, because shit's about to hit the fan. Good
Oh,
night.
yeah.
Do you
Night.
feel dread? I sure do. I'm in
Like and
danger.
subscribe.